You ready, Roseanne?
All right, Mayor. We have all the 5 commissions in place.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. This is our virtual meeting of October 8th.
Hey,
And would you please, Roseanne, call the roll?
it's October 6th. Mayor Hopping,
Here.
Vice Mayor Kennedy,
I'm here.
Commissioner Ross,
Here.
Commissioner Samaria,
Yeah.
Commissioner Tudor,
Here.
Okay. Commissioner Samaria, we want to lead us on the pledge.
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah.
Thank you. Okay, this is additions, deletions, and withdrawals from the agenda. But I would first like to insert on the consent agenda, a League of Cities recommendation for an anti-Semitism resolution to draft and adopt. So I'd like to add that onto the consent agenda. I think everybody got it tonight because I only got it this afternoon.
Madam Mayor, this was given to us. It was just given to us this was just this afternoon, so that's why we got this so late.
Right.
yeah.
Right.
Attorney,
Jenny, I just received it like 45 minutes ago. I haven't had a chance to even read it yet.
Well, it's a sample resolution. We'll be drafting and approving.
So will it come back to us?
No,
Will it come back to us next meeting before we approve it?
no, this is sent over from the League of Cities, so I'm sure that,
to draft and adopt it, Vice Mayor.
yeah.
Attorney Dion, can
I'm
you
sorry?
explain, please?
Excuse me?
The attorney, village attorney, can explain how to proceed?
Can I explain what? I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. You know, my recommendation is that we bring it back at the next meeting.
I think that's a better idea.
I agree.
Okay, then we won't put it on the consent agenda. Okay.
I have a couple of things when you're ready, Mayor.
I would like to know, Ed, if I can make a motion at this time to be voted on at this point of the meeting.
Well, right now we're on additions, deletions, or withdrawals.
Right. So can I make a motion I want an addition, but I want it to be as a motion.
If it's one of those, sure.
Okay, I would like to make a motion that we change the selection of the manager to be done by the new commission after election. Is there a second on that?
Is that going to be a discussion
Well,
later in the meeting?
Yeah, there's always a
Right now, we're-
discussion after the second.
Right now, we're
well,
just
I think
adding.
you want to add it to the agenda.
I'm sorry?
Yes, we for the second.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. Right now, we're at the point in the agenda where each commissioner can add, delete, withdraw items from the agenda without actually discussing the substance of those items. And then we
Yes,
approve.
I know, but that's why I was asking our attorney if I can make it as a motion as opposed to just adding it onto the agenda.
No,
I think what the
we
attorney
need
then,
we need to add it onto the agenda under new business and
Okay.
discuss it at that point in time.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to add that as new business. Any other additions and deletions?
Madam Ross, since you had your.
I have a couple.
Ross.
I have a couple of items when you're ready.
Commissioner Ross, go ahead.
Yeah. I'd like to, there is only one candidate for the foundation. That item is under resolutions, and I wonder if we can move that on up to the consent agenda and not have to have a discussion about that. Just accept that one candidate, if everyone's in agreement.
Can we do that now before you go on to your second one, Commissioner Ross?
Just to moving that item, which is 10B, under the consent agenda, section
Right.
8.
Yes, I agree. I second that.
10B to 8,
To the consent agenda.
Right.
8I, right?
That's 2020-57.
Okay,
Okay. Also, I would like to suggest, since we have with us Dave Caserta and some representatives from Calvin Giordano for 2 items that are late in the agenda, I'd like to suggest that we bring those items forward, maybe right behind presentations, and so that those professionals can give us their information and not hold on until the end of the evening.
You're talking about 11B being moved up.
11B and 11C.
11B and 11C.
Right. Okay, you want this put into,
After the presentation or after the public comments, Commissioner Ross?
Well, it could be after public comment, I suppose.
Okay,
okay, that's after the public comments.
Just so they don't have to hang out with us all evening long.
understood.
They might like us, you never can tell.
And then my final item is this afternoon, we heard from the village clerk about the solid waste RFP. I'd like to have a brief discussion about that if the attorney considers it permissible.
Roseanne was going to bring that up under information. So I'm sure that you can talk about that then.
Okay, I don't have that noted on my agenda, so I had no way of knowing that it was going to be a topic. I just want to make sure that we do discuss it.
Yeah, I was going to
Okay,
ask
yeah.
you to put on
Yeah,
that.
she's going to talk about it on number 7. Okay. Commissioner Samari, you have additions, deletions?
Yes, I have 2 of them. One is I want to have a discussion about how procedures are done for the future presentations. And then my second one is I want to reverse my vote that I had at the last commission meeting. I need to ask the attorney if it's possible to do that. In reference to having, regarding the selection of the city manager on October 23rd from a special commission meeting to a workshop. I led it to believe that it was going to be a workshop, so I want to change that vote. And then I would make a motion. I want to change my vote on it that I selected at the last.
Okay, where you?
I led to believe it was going to be a workshop.
Where do you want to put that in?
I think we'll be under
Old business or new
old
business?
business, right? No, I think we'll be at, Mr. Attorney, would that be under old business? My last vote to be,
Old business would be great, Commissioner.
okay, thank you. I'll make that under old business.
Okay,
I have a question about that, please. It was my understanding, Ed, from our previous attorney, that in order for a commissioner to change her or his vote, that a member of the commission that was on the winning side of the vote had to request it come back for a vote.
I was on the winning side. I voted with you and Mark, you with Commissioner.
Oh, okay. Very good. Okay, understood.
Commissioner Tudor, do you have anything that you'd like to add or delete?
No, ma'am.
I have some things, Ginny.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Well, since you added your topic about the manager's search and pushing it back to the new commission, I had something regarding that as well. So I'll tag it onto yours and we can make that one item. I would like to add as a new business, I'd like to have a discussion about paying off our loan principal amount, paying it off in full. It's something that Paul had suggested we might do. We're in a new fiscal year. We have the money to do it. So I'd like to have a conversation about that under new business, please.
Okay, can I just ask a question on that? I thought we did
Sure.
discuss that at business, at the budget hearing, that we were going to pay off that loan.
We didn't, no, we didn't. At the budget workshop, we discussed it, but we can't vote on things at a workshop. We had
Yeah,
a conversation about it, but I'd like to have the conversation in a more formal way tonight and hopefully bring it to a vote. During the police chief's report at the end, I would like to request that he discuss the MOUs that are on the consent tonight. I don't want to hold up the meeting by pulling them off consent, but I do have some questions about police MOUs in general. During the attorney section at the end of the meeting, I'd like him to update us on the construction ordinance that he's working on. Another thing that was supposed to be on the calendar this month was the online calendar that we had instructed the last manager to have ready for the October meeting. That was not done. It's not on the meeting agenda. And I'd like to discuss that this meeting again to get that on the November meeting agenda. I'd like to withdraw a couple of things from the commission meeting minutes. The September 8th first budget hearing is missing a budget change that we made. So in that first budget hearing, we made one significant, that's not significant, but we made a change to the budget, which is significant in itself. Regarding the rec center budget line 46, it's not included in the minute. So we need to withdraw that and have that corrected. The September 29th special meeting is missing the agreement to conduct an October 23rd meeting, which is what Dan wants to discuss. That was not included in the minutes, and that's very important. So we need to, it was a voting matter. We voted on that and approved it. So that needs to be added to the meeting minutes. So that needs to be pulled. Code compliance September 22nd meeting minutes. They were never approved by the board. I don't believe they've even met since then. So if the board didn't approve them, I thought we had to wait for board approval before we approved a meeting minutes. So I'd like to pull those 3 meeting minutes. Please have them corrected for the next time.
I don't see. Go ahead, Roseanne.
Can I mention here on the budget hearing regarding the rec center, it was not a change on the hearing. It was a mistake that was still on the budget, but during the workshop, it was agreed that it's going to reduce the amount from 20,000 to 10,000, but the final draft of the budget didn't reflect that. It was just an adjustment on the budget. So
no, I'm talking about at the first budget hearing. It was a discussion. I brought it up. I'm the one who brought it up. So at the first budget hearing, I suggested that we take line 46, we change it, take the athletic field and change it from 20,000 to 10,000, add in parking at 10,000. There's no net change in that item, but we did make that change. It came back to the second budget hearing, but it's not in your meeting minutes from the first budget hearing to reflect that change that was made.
Well, it was something that was agreed during the workshops, right? And that's fine. I can.
That's correct. We had a vote on it. I'm saying it's not reflected in the meeting minutes. So it came up. We had a vote on it. It was unanimous. It's not reflected in the meeting minutes at all.
Okay.
It's as if it didn't happen.
Make a-
Same with the September 29th meeting minutes.
Make a motion that we approve the agenda as amended.
I'll second it.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay,
Pass 5-0.
we are going to turn this over to Mac on your volunteer awards.
Okay, let me pull something up here. So we have a great tradition in this town of volunteerism that makes our community much stronger. And I brought this up because I want to make sure we're saying thank you appropriately to the people, to the resident volunteers who do so much for this community, from advisory boards to special committees to grassroots efforts. Residents are our greatest asset, and they deserve the heartfelt thanks of the commission on a daily basis, but particularly when they engage above and beyond. Tonight, we share our gratitude with boards and residents who accomplished some significant achievements in recent months. Before we do that, I think we always need to say thanks and give a high five to our boards that perform at a high level for us on a regular basis. We always welcome applicants to our boards and encourage new residents to lend their expertise as a way to engage in their new community. The boards that we have in the village are the Biscayne Park Foundation, the Public Art Advisory Board, the Code Compliance Board, Planning and Zoning Board, and the Parks and Parkway Advisory Board. But tonight we're going to give special thanks to some boards and residents for exceptional contributions to our community in recent months. Because we're meeting virtually, Roseanne has printed certificates that will be mailed to the homes of these residents after all the commissioners go into Village Hall and sign them. So normally we would hand out certificates at this point, but tonight we're going to mail them to people. The first board that I think deserves an enormous recognition from this village, from the commission and from the residents, is the Parks and Parkway Advisory Board. In recent months, the 6 members of what I call PMP have literally knocked it out of the park. Earlier in the year, they qualified the village for a tree grant, and they coordinated the placement of 60 new beautiful trees in the month of September. The trees are glorious. They're all around the village. People are raving about them. I hear about them constantly when I'm out walking around the village, and they are going to make such a huge impact in our community. Immediately after those trees were in the ground, they were delayed a bit because of COVID getting in the ground, but immediately afterwards, Parks and Parkways submitted a proposal for 60 more trees through the 2021 county grant, which they hope to get approved and in the ground next spring. Those 2 grants combined will save the village more than $25,000, while generations of village residents enjoy the benefits of those trees in the growing canopy of our bird sanctuary. Additionally, Parks and Parkways now serves as the judge for our quarterly Oasis Awards, which we will be presenting this evening. So I would like to officially congratulate and thank Parks and Parkways Board Chair Barbara Kuehl and members Lynn Fisher, Audra McCullum, Michael Rawson, David Raymond, and Randy Wagner. And I would like everyone to give them a virtual round of applause for all the wonderful work they have done for us. Some of them are with us this evening. If you folks want to give a wave up like this so we know who you are, if you're sitting in the audience so people know who you are. Oh, I see high fives and thumbs going up on the screen. That's really nice. So Parks and Parkways, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. What a difference you made in our community in the past couple of months. The next set of awards, I'm going to ask Commissioner Dan Samaria. Dan, would like to present these awards for the Resident Selection Committee for Village Manager?
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't expecting that, so thank you.
I'm sorry, I kind of put you on the spot.
That's
I'm not allowed
okay.
to tell you in advance,
No,
but give you a second to pull that up.
Okay, Residents Committee for Village Manager. As part of the formal selection process for a key administrative position, the Village Commission appointed a group of residents to vet applications and move a preferred list of most qualified applicants to the Commission for consideration. This resident committee completed its critical task in 2 weeks ahead of schedule and delivered quality results. I'd like to add a little bit extra on that. We as a commission can learn a lot from how that committee did it, because they did the process, a 4-step process, and they did it within a short period of time. I think we as a commission can learn a lot on how they handled that meeting. So I just wanted to add that extra in there. Thanks to the team that committed residents, Chair Gary Kuehl, members, and I apologize for pronouncing your names wrong.
Abreu.
Linda Dillon, Art Gonzalez, Jill Prasan, again, Julie Hamburg, Gage, I'm just going to say first name, Milton Hunter, Fred Jonas, Keys, George Monterani, Amy Raymond, and Sandra Shooter. I'd like to make a special thanks to Commissioner Kennedy, because in a way I was against candidates that are running be able to vote. It worked out perfectly, because now the candidates that are going to be running for the commission already had their vetting and they had all the process done. So I think that was a good idea. So I wanted to say thank you for doing that. But anyway, that's it.
Okay.
So give a round of applause.
Thank you, guys. The selection committee did a bang up job. I don't know how many people attended those virtual meetings, but they did a fabulous job. I'm very happy to take that extra thanks at the end. It belongs to Roxana Ross, however, she's the person who suggested that we allow candidates to participate in that. So good idea from you, Rox. Okay, the Biscayne Park plant swap, we have 2 residents we're going to give awards to. Will, again, I hate to put people on the spot like this. Will, would you like to present those awards for us?
Yeah, no problem. Okay,
Rox, you might want to get ready.
Yeah. The Biscayne Park plant swap. Village gardening aficionado Dan Keys found a photo of a community plant swap on social media and shared it with the Park and Parkways Advisory Board, which endorsed the idea for the village. A commissioner quickly solicited the help of village artist and furniture designer Dan Schneiger to build and donate the stand. Within a few short weeks, the Biscayne Park plant swap was placed at the rec center entrance and quickly became the go-to meeting place for village gardening lovers to share plants and gardening tips. Many thanks to both Dans for the perfect idea and for the fast and flawless execution. The commission encourages all residents to participate in the plant swap and to make new gardening friends at the rec center.
So thank you to both Dans for a great idea and getting the plant sent out. And for folks who have not been over to visit it yet, it really is an awful lot of fun. I've donated plenty of plants myself, and I've taken a couple, one sitting out front right now. I need to get it in the ground tomorrow. And I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. For those of you who don't know, Dan Schneiger is my husband, and today is his 50th birthday. So he's celebrating his 50th birthday this year. We're supposed to be on some fabulous trip somewhere in the world, but instead we're celebrating Dan's 50th birthday by him sitting in the next room listening to me attend a commission meeting. So thank you, Dan Schneiger and Dan Keys. I'm sorry?
You don't have to say the age, just say that it is his birthday.
That's 50, it's the big one, it's the big 5-0. He's 50. Okay, and then last up is we have a special volunteer who works in Village Hall. Ginny, I would love if you would present this to Linda Dillon for us.
Absolutely. I think my friend Linda, she's the one suggested that I run. Village resident Linda Dillon has served this community in a variety of ways for many years, including as a member of the Quasi-Judicial Code Compliance Board. For the past several months, while Village Hall was short-staffed, Linda resumed her former volunteer administration position there in support of all departments and serving as interim manager Roseanne Prado's free and unofficial right hand while positions were being filled. Linda's tireless work at Village Hall has gotten us over an unexpected hump, and for her volunteer efforts, this village and commission share the gratitude. And I would also like to say, if I can find where that is, how much money has come in from your letters. I don't have it in front of me, Linda. Thank you. We're getting tons of money in here for all these old fines, and the only thing necessary was to ask. And thank you, Linda, again, my friend.
I'm going to unmute her. She wants to say a few words. You're unmuted, Linda.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I volunteer at Village Hall for the love of our community. I really need no recognition, but I thank you for acknowledging my efforts. And just so that everybody knows, we're just so far with the people who have been paying their late fees for various things. We are just under $6,000.
Wow, nice.
And
that's awesome, Linda. Thank you so much for doing that.
Okay. Are you going to do 5B there, Vice Mayor Kennedy, the sanctuary?
Here we go. Okay. I'm going to pass these off to some other people as well. So you guys might want to get ready to be caught off guard. These are our this is the first presentation of our new quarterly House Awards, the Sanctuary Award and the Oasis Award for Fall 2020. At the July 7th Commission meeting, we unanimously created these new quarterly home and garden rewards, the Sanctuary Award for Outstanding Exterior Home Renovation, and the Oasis Award for Outstanding Front Yard Garden. In September, residents nominated their favorite projects for the Fall 2020 Awards, and 2 village volunteer boards selected the winner. Planning and Zoning selected the Sanctuary Award. Parks and Parkways selected the winner of the Oasis Award. Much appreciation to all involved, and congratulations to the many properties that were nominated. I'd like to present the first award myself, the Oasis Award for Outstanding Garden for Fall 2020, and that goes to Juan and Georgiana DePaulo, the owners of 785 Northeast 119th Street. It's a lovely home at the northwest corner of 119th Street and 8th Avenue. And I believe I see Juan and Georgiana here with us this evening. Want to give everybody a wave? There they are. Georgiana, I've never met you in person, so nice to meet you virtually finally. Initially created by Urban Habitat, but expanded upon and lovingly maintained by the DePaulos, this hedgerow on a prominent village corner extends fully along both sides with a lovely corner presentation into the intersection of 119th Street and 8th Avenue. Truly, this garden is a showstopper that many passersby stop to admire on their daily walks. I certainly do myself on an almost daily basis. Additionally, the plant choices create habitat and food sources for birds in our sanctuary and a variety of insects. In every season, the garden boasts a bounty of berries and a wide range of flowers. On the corner sits a majestic saw palmetto with a number of fast-growing Dade County pines that will contribute to our tree canopy for many, many decades. So I'd like to say congratulations to Juan and Georgiana DePaulo, and thank you very much for your contribution to making our village a more beautiful and green place. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, the winners of these two awards are actually receiving some beautiful yard signs that Roseanne had created. Hopefully they'll be here this week, and Public Works will be coming to your house and putting the sign out in your garden. They'll discuss with you the place where you'd like it to go. I think out in the corner would be great myself, but you'll have a sign out there that announces you as the winner of the Oasis Award for Fall 2020. Thank you very much. Hey, Rox, would you be willing to give out the Sanctuary Award?
It would be my pleasure. Thank you, Mac. And thank you for creating this new tradition for us. Thank you, and thank our fellow commissioners for agreeing to do it. I think we were sorely in need of a feel-good moment, and this certainly is a good way to start our meetings today, and hopefully we can incorporate something like this in future meetings. The Oasis Award, that's
Sanctuary.
The Sanctuary Award, outstanding house renovation for fall of 2020, goes to neighbors up the street from my house, Tara and Dario Alfie at 11060 Griffin Boulevard. They moved from Chicago to marry Dario, originally from Argentina, and began extensive renovations to their first home together, starting with important matters like impact windows and a septic drain field before moving on to the fun stuff like a pool. Then they tackled the exterior front of the property with a significant facelift, for which we award them tonight with the goal to achieve a contemporary rustic appearance. Improvements include a modern roof and gutters, gates into the backyard, a new plant scheme, a pea gravel driveway for aesthetics and drainage, and an enlarged walkway and front porch, garage conversion to a third bedroom, laundry room, and finally replacing the lawn with professional landscaping. The house was, the pictures as they are attached to our agenda showed a house sort of nondescript and you wouldn't notice it from one to the next, but now every time I walk up, or I should say down Griffin Boulevard by that house, it brings a smile to my face to see what a beautiful transformation they've done. Thank you so much, Tara and Dario, for improving our lovely community, and congratulations.
And they're in the meeting as well. Do you want to give everybody a wave? There they are. They're waving at everybody. Congratulations, guys. You did a beautiful job. And it's worth mentioning that they were also nominated for the Oasis Award for the best garden, because it was all one big project. So they came close to being a twofer for us. So let me end by saying, please join the Biscayne Park Commission in thanking Juan, Georgiana, Tara, and Dario for their contributions to our village. Public Works will install award signs in their front yards so neighbors can congratulate them for the fall quarter, October through December. The next quarterly awards will be announced at the January Commission meeting for winter 2021, and the village will send out a call for nominations in November for those awards. Thank you, everyone, for participating in our awards, and congratulations to our winners.
I just received information that the sign will be read by the end of the week.
Okay.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And thank you, Roseanne. Roseanne had some beautiful signs made for the village. She sent me a copy so I could see them before they got printed. She did a really, really nice job. You'll be pleased with what's going in your front yard.
My pleasure. Thank you.
We hope you'll be pleased. Thank you very much. I'd like to open it up now to public comments. to agenda items and good and welfare.
Okay.
Roseanne, do we have people on the list that want to talk?
One is Linda Dillon.
I have a question for our attorney on item 10C, the rules and procedures for hybrid meetings. In the proposal for the procedures, it talks about having the village clerk swear in witnesses and people that want to make presentations. It has been traditional on the co-compliance board, which is a quasi-judicial board, for the chairman to do that function. And I just wondered whether that's something that continued to be the chairman, or must it be the village clerk?
Well, in this case, it would be the mayor. So this is a quasi-judicial proceeding in front of the commission. So in that case, it'd be the mayor.
I'm talking about the co-compliance meetings. The mayor
Well,
doesn't attend.
If the commission wants us to change that, we can certainly do that.
It's just my suggestion because we traditionally have done it that way for about 25 years.
Well, let me ask you, does the clerk participate in those meetings?
Not
No.
Not usually.
all the time.
Okay. Well, we can certainly make that adjustment when we get to it, if the board would like us to do that.
Okay.
Next person, Linda, did you finish?
I'm finished, yes, thank you.
Okay. Next person is Bobby Anderson. You're
Okay.
muted, sir.
Bob Anderson, 119th 11th Place. I completely agree with Linda Dillon that our boards, not the commission, but the boards, have always sworn in, especially on the code compliance board, of statements that are being taken. Also, something else that was just brought up, that a putting off of having our attorney, not attorney, our manager, village manager selected. I think we've been going for so long without a permanent city manager. And we got a problem coming up with our sanitation. And we need to have somebody that is a full-fledged city manager that can go ahead and take care of these things. I mean, Roseanne's been doing a nice job recently trying to fill into that position while she's trying to do her own job. But it's not possible to really dedicate the time and have the full knowledge what a city manager needs to know and can do, especially with the sanitation. Definitely, we need to step it up. And I'm against prolonging this agony of waiting till we actually have a full city manager. Thank you.
Okay, we have Chuck Ross. You are muted, sir.
Good evening, Chuck Ross, 11166 Griffin Boulevard. On the issue about the manager candidates, one of the issues with dragging out the process to hire a new manager is that the candidates are not waiting around for Biscayne Park to pick a finalist. They're actively searching for positions in other cities. As an example, 3 of the top 10 picks to be vetted by the clerk all interviewed at Surfside, one of which was picked as the finalist, and a second one was picked as number 2 in case they couldn't negotiate with the finalist. And a third was also in their top 6. So if we continue to drag this out, we're not going to have anybody left on that list, except possibly people that nobody else wants. So we need to proceed with this post haste. As far as the 6th Avenue project that's on the agenda, I see the planners are going to give a presentation. I think that it's important we move forward with this. I think if we can find a way to reduce the lanes from 4 to 2 on 6th Avenue with a preliminary study that can be paid from CITT funds, from the transportation portion, then we should move forward with that, because I believe that will enhance Biscayne Park in a number of ways. But the only way to do that is that we start off with this preliminary study. And I see that the total project might be as much as $400,000 according to the backup, and also all of that can also be paid by CITT funds, which we haven't been spending. In connection with the CITT issue, one of the things that they want us to do is they want us to use the transit portion of the funds, which we haven't been doing. We need to make an effort to come up with a project that meets the needs of Biscayne Park. For example, you could use a on-demand service that picks up residents and will, the village will pay for from transit funds, and we'll take them to local places of business and bring them back. Bus bench, we can enhance some bus benches with signs that give information. There's lots of things we can do. We need to move forward with something though, or CITT will take all those monies away from us in the end. The last thing is I think the Zoom meetings need to continue after the governor's order ends with public participation. We'll have to have, of course, the commission will be physically present in the log cabin, but the public should be able to Zoom in and be able to speak on topics. As we can see from the number of people on tonight, we're looking at 38 participants, knock off the people on the commission and attorney, could call it 30 some odd, 32, 33 participants. So we've never had attendance like this regularly at meetings before. It's important that we continue to do this and that the IT people figure out a way to do it so that we don't have problems with the audio. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, we have Art Gonzalez. You're muted, sir.
Good evening, everybody. Chuck just stole my thunder. Art Gonzalez, 10926 Griffin Boulevard. Just in regards to the selection of the manager, as Dan earlier said, we were pretty quick to get you that list over to you. And so I kind of want an update as to what exactly has been done since that list has been turned over to you guys. On another note, just like Chuck said, my concern is that obviously I'm also running for commission. I'm not in agreement that we should be waiting for the new commission to be seated to select. I think that you all were elected, and I think that you're in a position to hire the manager. The longer we wait, the more the possibility that I know we gave you a list of 10. Me personally, I only had 5 on my list. So as people drop off, people get jobs, all of those people are actively seeking employment somewhere. We already lost 1. We're probably going to lose another 2 or 3. My concern is we're going to have to start this process all over again, which will further delay everything. So I'm in complete disagreement with waiting for me or anybody else that's running, my opinion, to select a manager. And that's that. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Dillon, you are muted.
I don't have anything to say. I already spoke.
Okay, I have your.
She already spoke.
Yeah. Okay, Janie Anderson.
Janie Anderson, 11th Place and 119th Street. It's bad enough that the majority of this commission has left us without a credentialed manager for 8 months, but that you don't seem to grasp the damage that's been done. The budget likely would have been much tighter. You might have even gotten that tax cut that several wanted. Sanitation would have either been finalized by now, or we'd be a lot closer. Instead, from what I heard today, it's still very open-ended, something that should have been settled last year. And if you push this off, if you stop this process and push it off to that next commission, you're likely going to be costing us money to start the whole process all over again. People aren't waiting for us. The best manager we have had in this city since 2006, when we went to a commission manager form of government, was hired 2 months before an election. And if you talk to anybody who knew her, they will tell you the stellar job she did. What was done to us this year was absolutely unconscionable. Moving forward to the employment agreement with the chief, I was really very happy to see Mr. Dion's analysis showing that we already have safeguards in place, protecting not just the chief, but employees in general, especially from commission interference. It becomes simply a matter of holding commission members accountable. And it's clearly obvious from our charter that the purview of the manager. Him or her undermined. Only the manager and the attorney falls to the commission. And in reality, why would you want to get involved in hiring and firing at any other level? You're going to end up pitting manager against commissioner to keep an employee they feel needs to be terminated. What kind of relationship would they have anyway? There's no point to that. Thank you.
Okay. Judy Hammerberg, you are muted.
All right, Judy Hammelberg, 1015 Northeast 116th Street. I'm not early in it, so I guess I'm going to sound like a broken record. We busted our butts going through that management list very, very quickly to get it to you in one meeting after we set up our standards of what we were going to do. Like Art, I had 5 people, actually 5.5, that I felt were qualified. The longer we go, the less our chances of getting any of the more qualified people. I think we need to move on it very fast, and I think we need to do something quickly. Those of us who were our candidates already put our 2 cents worth in, like Art and I. We already got our opportunity to say who we thought needed to be looked at, and you guys need to act on it quickly. We can't wait another month or 2 or 3, or we're gonna have to start from scratch again because everybody who's on the qualified list is gonna be gone. It needs to move forward. You need to at least quickly pare it down to half, and then from there, pick 1 or 2. Something needs to move.
Okay, you done? All right.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. David Raymond, you want me to start?
Hi, good evening. David Raymond, 11520 Northeast 9th Avenue.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So a couple of things. I think that you've just heard from 2 of the candidates who were also on the selection committee why you should move forward with the process of hiring a manager. And I thoroughly agree with them. And you have 2 other people who are now on the commission who are running for their seats again, who also are here now as part of this process. So the majority of the people that are either running or already seated can make this decision, and they're telling you go ahead. So I think that to hold this up any longer is really unfair to the staff, unfair to everybody else. I don't know, Roseanne, how you guys are doing it. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that in there. And in terms of the 6th Avenue project and the study, and I'm not sure that I really understood the memo in terms of the fee. If they were asking for $380,000 from the village, or if that was coming from the state, it seemed to be like that was going to come from the village for them to do this study. To me, to spend $400,000 on a study without having any kind of commitment from FDOT that they're going to do anything about it, if that's in fact, maybe I'm not understanding, but if that's what's being said, I don't support that in any way. And finally, thank you for the recognition for the Parks and Parkway Board. It's a great group of people, and wish us luck on the next grant. Thank you.
Go get them, David.
Michael Lindecker, you are muted, sir.
Good evening, everyone. This is Michael Lindecker, 11940 Northeast 6th Avenue. I just have 3 comments. One is first is whoever had the idea of the plant swap, thumbs up. I think that was a great idea. And I'm new to that, so I'm going to be using that in the next few days. Second thing is about the candidates. I know that we're on COVID. We can't meet all of them. Is there anything planned, like a Zoom get together so we can meet these candidates? I already have my ballot. I haven't decided who I'm going to vote for. I know very little about 2 or 3 of those candidates, so I would love to hear from them. I have one that came to my door, which was nice, but other than that, I know very little. So I would love to hear from them, some kind of Zoom meeting and a later date so that they can't organize so we can meet them. The third thing is the 6th Avenue project. While I agree that if we had assurance that, or at least a good chance of getting this approval for one lane at 6th Avenue will be a great thing. I think $400,000 just for the study without knowing for sure, or at least have a good idea that it's going to be approved, is a waste of money. So I don't approve. I don't think we should spend that kind of money on that. We can use that money to do the upgrade lighting on the street that we didn't have the money for, but now apparently we have. So I would love to see that money be used to actually something we can actually see in those 6 avenues instead of just a study that we have a very little chance of getting approved. That's it for me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. May I see Judy Hamburg? She raised her hand again. Are you allowed?
Okay. I just wanted to let you guys know that Milton Hunter did interview the candidates that were new, the 3 new candidates, and I believe it's on the Biscayne blogger. So he did interview myself and, oh great, I'm having a brain fart, Art and Mr. Abreu as well. So I know it's out there. I think it's called the Biscayne blogger, but you can contact Roseanne and I'll get the information to her, okay?
Did you have your hand up, Chuck?
Yeah, I see Chuck Ross also. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
I just want to clarify, the study is 15,000. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. The entire project, if it ever went through, is 400. The study is $15,000. Sorry about that for the confusion. Thank you for letting me talk, Mayor.
Madam Mayor, point of order. If it's possible, we heard from a couple candidates that are running for commission. The other 2 candidates are Commissioner Jonas and.
No, I don't think so, Dan. Let's continue. Is there any other public comments?
Jonas?
If there's not, I'd like to ask for a point of order, please, Ginny.
Go ahead.
Yeah, someone asked about a Meet the Candidates event, and let's make it clear that the village cannot put together a Meet the Candidates event. So Michael is clear on that. So the village is not permitted to put together an event like that. And in regards to Judy Hamelberg's comment about some blog that has videos of select candidates for commission, be clear that that blog is not an official village blog in any way. It's a blog that's put together by a village resident. It is not on the village website as far as I know, and it's not sanctioned or in any way approved by the village of Biscayne Park. And for whatever reason, the resident who puts that blog together decided that he would interview 3 of the 6 candidates, exactly half of the candidates for commissioner, and put them on his blog for people to view. So let's all be very clear that the village cannot sanction an event for commission unless I understand it, and you might want to chime in here, but that's what we've always been told in the past by previous attorneys, and that blog is not an official village blog in any way, and that it only represents half of the candidates for commission. So I would recommend that if residents want to meet the candidates, they either step outside when they knock on their door and have a conversation with them, or reach out to them directly, but the village cannot do that on your behalf.
Vice Mayor, we have another person who wants to speak on the public comments, please.
Okay.
Fred Jonas, you are unmuted, sir.
Okay, can I go ahead?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to talk about 2 things. One of them is about the manager. And just to sort of make a long story short, unless you need the long story, what I would like to ask the commission, this commission, to do is to choose a manager as best you can, as quickly as you can, preferably tonight, but do not give an extended contract, so that whatever manager you choose gets an opportunity to prove you right or wrong. And if you're right, then the next commission can extend the contract. And if you're wrong, then the next commission can undo the mistake that you might make. The other thing I want to talk about is the meetings, whether to continue Zoom access, and to remind you that the indicator we're using as to whether or not we should have in-person meetings is the governor of the state of Florida, whose decision-making process about things like this is not always rational and not necessarily respectful of epidemiologic principles. So if the governor permits you to have in-person meetings, I don't think you should impose that on your neighbors. I'm not even sure I think you should honor it yourselves if you want to stay safe. For the moment, there is nothing wrong with continuing these Zoom meetings until everybody agrees. Even people who are doctors and epidemiologists agree that it's really safe for people to communicate with each other in the same place in a safe way. So those are the two things I wanted to talk about.
Thank you.
Okay, could Ed, do you want to make a comment on the law on that?
Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to our attorney.
Ed.
I think it'd be more appropriate to discuss it when the matter comes up later on in the agenda.
We have one more person who wants to speak.
Who?
Dan Keys, you are muted, sir.
You're still muted. Dan,
Still
you're
muted,
muted.
Mr. Keys.
Okay.
Dan Keys, 1107 118th Street. Reference the 6th Avenue study. At a cost of $15,000 for a study, that's money well spent. You have a large contingent of interested people that live on Northeast 6th Avenue that might treat you better as a commission going forward with any plans on 6th Avenue if they have an answer to the question as to whether you can have 2 lanes as opposed to 4 there. So $15,000 is well worth it. Whether you go forward with it, that's another question for the future, but you should know whether or not you can. Thank you.
Okay.
Everybody finished public comments?
I don't see anybody else.
What?
I don't see anybody else.
No, neither do I. Okay, I'll close public comments, and we're going to go on to 11B and C. That was moved to go there. And that would be Calvin Giordano and Associates.
Let me find Javier.
I'm here. Hello.
All right.
Good evening, all. How are you? I'm about to share my screen. Is that okay, Roseanne?
Yes, let me put you as a co-host.
Okay.
Okay, you're in. You're co-host.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so good evening all again. My name is Javier Falcone. I'm with Calvin Giordano and Associates. I'm the Director of Traffic Engineering. One thing that I'd like to request is that maybe if you let me go through the presentation all together, and then afterwards we'll have enough time for Q&A, so that will go faster. So with that, I will start with the main reason we're here presenting is to talk about the lane repurposing for Northeast 6th Avenue between Northeast 13th Street and Northeast 121st Street. The presentation outline is I have a 30-minute, no more than 30-minute presentation, so I'll keep it brief and give plenty of time for the Q&A part of the program. So we start with introduction. We're going to the lane repurposing application process to explain what the process entails. EFTA just recently came up with a guideline that was published August of this year, so it's very recent. So the guideline is very, complete, and then it has a lot of items that I'd like to include as part of this presentation. Then they're going to go into the background discussion, the items that reports that we review as prior to coming to this session, to this commission meeting, and then the conclusion recommendations, and I finish with the Q&A. So as an introduction, the reason we're here essentially is because on September 14th there was a meeting, and that meeting at the village, it was requested that I'll come into the commission meeting to present on these 4 items described in front of you. Number 1 is the price to submit an application for the land repurposing study. Number 2 is to actually, the price to conduct the study. And number 3 is the verification of the funds, where we can use VATT for the funds for this purpose. Then our professional opinion on the feasibility of whether they should proceed or not. So I want to briefly talk about the land repurposing guidebook with FDOT. So the FDOT recognizes that there are instances where the local jurisdictions would like to have, a way to use their roads, their FDOT highways for, to improve it for their benefit of the community. And there are roadways that naturally, support that application, but there are also their interest would be in general to repurpose the roadway to create an environment to facilitate the connection for bicycles, pedestrians, and then children and the elderly in the area where the lane repurposing project is being developed. So for the lane repurposing projects, FDOT is encouraging cities to, if there is an item related to transit, that to start working with the transit agencies as early as possible. Then they also, years ago, this process was called the lane elimination process. But, that sort of the lane elimination implies you eliminate the lane, and then what do you do with it? So for clarification, if anything, they decided to change the process to lane repurposing. So there is definitely a reduction on lanes on a roadway, but it is for a purpose of which it needs to be defined. So just for general characteristics, I pull out from the guidebook this graphic, this picture that shows what a project would look like before the lane repurposing, and then this is the after effect. So, whether you go with this concept or not, but the theme here is to create an environment where you also integrate other modes of transportation in the lane repurposing project. So with that, we're going to go into the 3 steps. Essentially are the ones that FDOT has in their guidebook for land repurposing applications. So the number 1 is the project initiation. Number 2 is the review by the district office. And number 3 is the final review by the central office in Tallahassee. So I just want to emphasize here through this chart that you notice the process, the step number 1 is application process. So that's pretty straightforward. I'm going to go more into detail later in the presentation. The number 2 is where the heavy lifting takes place. This is where the actual study takes place. So there's a lot of back and forth between FDOT and the applicant. There's a lot of reports that come together. There is a whole package of information that goes to FDOT for review. And then, the final 3 step is a review by the central office once it gets reviewed by the district office, and then they go through the steps. But you notice at the bottom of the number 3, all the way to the right side, says final decision. So from the final decision, there are 2 arrows, one that goes to final approval and one that goes to denial. So it can go either way. If for some reason it goes to denial, then it has to come back to step number 2, right in the middle of the step number 2, where it says revisions between the district and the applicant. And then that's where the back and forth takes place again. So that's one of the reasons, as part of the recommendations that I put in my memo to the village, was that this could take as long as a year. And then that's, maybe optimistic, maybe not, but it just depends on how complicated things can get with FDOT. So as part of step number 1, the project initiation is the application. And just to clarify, I think that, it's important to understand that the $15,000 we assume as a potential fee for the initiation for the application is just application. So this is basically covers step number 1. So the applicant submits a formal request to the district office saying, we want to do a lane repurposing project. Then the district office says, okay, we're going to send you this checklist And then so you can come back with to the meeting, review the checklist with us, and then we'll define the items that needs to be included in the study. And then after that, then the district office sends that to the central office, basically letting them know that this meeting took place and this application is being initiated. I want to stop here and kind of give you a couple of things to think about. One is that the lane repurposing projects are proposed for a variety of reasons: traffic operations, safety, completed streets, bicycle pedestrian improvements, transit lanes, and generally a feeling from the community that it needs to happen. The other aspect is that the common justification is to increase the safety of the ability for people to use the roadway, whether they are pedestrian, bicyclists, cars, transit users, you know. So the projects will include an analysis of several key factors. They're mostly related to engineering on this bullet, but they need to be taken into consideration. The other one is that I would like to see the applicant collecting a crash history for the project area, so they can understand what's going on there, what are the factors that create these safety issues, what are the crash related to, where they're mostly pedestrians, bicycles, or just cars, wherever that might be, they need to know that. So that takes us to number two. Step number 3 is where like I said before, the heavy lifting takes place. And then the applicant, basically, in this case, the village, and then we representing the village. If we desire us to do the study, then by this time we have put together the whole packet of information that they want: the traffic studies, the any information related to road design features. So basically, it's a comprehensive packet of information that goes for review to the district office, and then based on their initial review, they may have questions to the city, to the consultant, to us representing the city, and then this interaction can go between the step number 1 and step number 2 on this particular stage. And then finally, once everything is agreed, it goes to the final concept acceptance. And then after the district of Miami then sends the application, the packet of information for final review to the Tallahassee office, central office. So then in step 3, they receive the application in Tallahassee. It goes through the internal process, review process. As you can see to the right, it goes to the chief planner, it goes to the chief engineer. Then there is basically a decision made, and as I explained before, it can be denial of approval, but so this whole process here, I think somebody mentioned before, and through the comments, that it's true that you don't know where it's going to go. So you can go through this whole exercise, you can go through a full year, and then after I may say, from the central office, it can come back as a denial. And so then the whole process has to go back to stage number 2, and then you kind of keep going. So that's one of the reasons that when we estimated the fee for this, it's a little bit uncertain at this point, but we did the best we can to sort of like put a little cushion in there to understand that there's going to be some back and forth between the applicant and the central office or the district office. So just to highlight a couple of things, for lane repurposing projects, the average daily traffic, any road that has less than 20,000 is a good candidate. In this case, Northeast 6th Avenue is under 20,000, so it looks like a good candidate for that purpose. The projects definitely evaluated from different angles, and it's important for EFTA for an applicant to consider where the roadway, where the traffic is going to go in the case there are some diversion of traffic. So that basically saying areas that have a robust roadway network, where there is other streets where the traffic can go, seem to be more suitable for like lane repurposing project. So in case that there is definite diversion of traffic, there's some traffic calming measures need to be taken into consideration. And then the conceptual report that goes to EFTA needs to include a lot of information, including some mapping that shows land uses, the location of the different roadways, and then just so they can understand, can get a visual of what's going on in the project area. So as part of this project background, we reviewed the Northeast 6th Avenue from Northeast 113 to 121st Street project that, as you know, OFDOT has been working on. And then we understand that it has, it includes sidewalk improvements. It includes a new lighting system, drainage improvement for the drainage system, upgrade to the crosswalks and pedestrian intersection with Northeast 113th Street, and some landscape modifications within the right-of-way. So I asked OFDOT, tell me what is the right-of-way that you currently have there, and this is what they sent me this picture. So you currently have about 70 feet of right-of-way. This is one of the several typical sections, so don't put too much weight into this. So it varies throughout the project, but the idea here is for us to understand that we have 70 feet, of right-of-way within this Northeast 6th Avenue, within the limits of the village. So as part of this background information, we also reviewed 2 studies. There was one done in June 2014 for pedestrian safety study at the intersection 119th and 115th, and then also the signal warrant analysis for the intersection of Northeast 119th Street that was completed in February 2018. So just a couple of items that I want to visit with you here is that the pedestrian safety study was an evaluation of the existing conditions and historical crashes rates. The review of that information, this was conducted in response to requests from the village. The reviewed information concluded that the crosswalks were not recommended. The main reasons are included in this bullet item that I have in front of you. That's basically there was a not well-defined pattern of pedestrian generators. And the pedestrian crossing volumes did not meet the minimum levels required by FDOT to do a crosswalk. And, there was a lack of sidewalks in the study area, which would make it difficult to even consider a mid-block crossing. So some of the recommendations is to, a couple of recommendations. One is to revisit this location maybe at a later time. And now, because of the COVID and the pandemic, it may not be a good time to do it because things are not completely back to normal. So maybe just wait a little longer, perhaps. And then the other one was to coordinate in the future for possible construction of sidewalks, both along Northeast 6th Avenue and the side streets. So in the case of the signal warrant study, the same thing. It was initiated upon request from the village. The field observation. This study was more of an operational study that sort of like it reviewed during the field observations the patterns of the traffic, what people do when they exit the side street. And one of the observations they put in the report was that typically when people exit the side streets, they cross 2 lanes of traffic, either to turn left or from to either side, northbound or southbound. And then they typically jump 2 lanes of traffic. Then they kind of wait in the median before proceeding to make any final turn, either northbound or southbound. So that action there, waiting in the median, it's a little concerning because basically the cars are obstructing the through traffic in the inside lane, and so that creates a concern for FDOT. So and that happens both in the AM, PM, time, morning, afternoon, peak times. The other aspect was that they found out that the speeds in the area were pretty, about 80% of the drivers were driving above the 30 mile per hour speed limit. And they believe that the study said it was about 39 miles per hour, which is 9 miles per hour above the speed limit. So the bottom line is that the study did not recommend installation of traffic signal, but instead they recommended some, kind of low-hanging fruit for the village to consider. And some of those are related to the side distance, improving the side distance on the side streets by clearing some of the vegetation, including some pavement markings that show 30 miles per hour, and then also the, flasher, flashing sign signals that they have. They currently have the feedback signs that they have on the Northeast 6th Avenue that basically tells the drivers when they're going by to maintain the 30 miles per hour. So they encourage people to do that. So we also took a look at the village comprehensive plan, and then 3 basic elements: the transportation element, the the recreation and open space element, and the intergovernmental coordination element. The transportation element, there are some items related to this project, and then objective number 1 is basically securing a safe and convenient, efficient, local, multi-modal transportation system that addresses all modes. And then the policies that follow the objective also sort of, speak to that in terms of, addressing the pedestrian bicycle improvements, especially to connect to the village's recreation center. And then some other strategies, including traffic calming, and then the importance of the local planning agency to coordinate with the other stakeholders in the area. Also in the transportation element, we found objective number 5 that basically is for the village to maintain, that will maintain and improve the transportation system that is technically, put together as part of the objective number 1. And then the policy number 3, 5.3 is includes a demarcation of bicycle route within the village. And I just want to put this picture in front of you to, even though this is the village comprehensive plan that was basically approved and amended actually in 2010. In those days, 2010, 2025, 2025 seemed like a long time into the future. Now 2025 for us is like 5 years on the road, so it's not really too much of the future. But still, for the year 2025 shows Northeast 6th Avenue as a minor arterial, and then Griffin Boulevard, which is a county road, is shown as a collector. The rest of the street system in the village are maintained as a local. So in the recreation and open space element, we found the village that to continue to maintain the current public right-of-way, and the intergovernmental coordination element. The idea is for the village to continue to coordinate with FDOT and improving the current level of service for the Northeast 6th Avenue, which is State Road. So in addition to all this information we reviewed and we looked at, and we sort of digested and presented to you, we also had a virtual meeting with FDOT on September 22nd. The idea of the meeting was basically to understand from FDOT firsthand what was it that we needed to do in the process, through the process to get them the information they need to review the application, and then what was it that the village needed to do in order to complete the study. So one of the items that FDOT mentioned is that they will be facing some reductions in the work program. And as a consequence of that, the project that they currently have on board for the Northeast 6th Avenue from Northeast 113th Street to Northeast 121st Street is completely uncertain. So the traffic analysis for the lane repurposing definitely should include some traffic modeling. And then about half of the fee that we had in there for the study, that was about 390,000, is traffic analysis. Believe it or not, there is a lot of modeling, not just the Northeast 6th Avenue, but they also want, FDOT also wants a comprehensive modeling of the side streets, obviously including the county road and all the side streets. There is a number of documents they want to be reviewed as part of this, including the comprehensive plan. Are there any bridges in the area? Where's the traffic going? The travel demand model is also another. Once again, it's mentioned there during that discussion with FDOT. And then finally, the lane repurposing study needs to have a purpose. So that's a segue into my final conclusion recommendations. So definitely as part of as number 1 item that I have to say as a recommendation is to define, it's very important to define for the village, to define the purpose and the goals of this proposed lane repurposing study, because this will guide the evaluation of through the process with FDOT. So it's not simply saying, oh, we want the lane repurposing, submit the application, but it needs to be clear to FDOT what the lane repurposing entails, whether it, the picture that I show you with a 2-lane, median, bicycle lane, sidewalks, lighting, whatever that might be, that needs to be clearly defined for FDOT in order to consider the application. The other one is that in coordination with FDOT, we recommend the village to follow up on the mitigation measures for the speeding, because I think it will be useful to get implement those measures and then take a look at it again, and maybe they improve the speeding. Improve decrease the ability for people to speed on Northeast 67. I wanted to mention this number 3 is that the statewide and regional transportation policy currently encourage and in some ways require transportation projects to include all modes of transportation. So the other thing that I have to emphasize through that part of my recommendation is that the coordination is critical. So there are several players that are, with hands on this roadway. We have Miami-Dade County, we have Miami-Dade Transportation Planning Organization, which basically takes care of funding at the regional level. So, and then the neighboring cities, North Miami and Miami Shores, coordinated with them is pretty critical. After, obviously, in Miami-Dade Transit, we have several bus stops in the area. And then lastly, but not the least, but public input that is critical and very important to move this forward. The funding of the lane repurposing project is very important. That indicated that planning coordination with the purpose of the project, those are the most critical portions of it. As well as they mentioned that they had serious concerns about the potential deterioration on the level of service of the Northeast 6th Avenue. By that I mean, if there is going to be a congestion occurring, it's going to be backing up of traffic all the way to North Miami. Those are items that they want to make sure that are not going to occur, but that's a concern. The other thing is that they want to make sure that they in the study that we analyze not just Northeast 6th Avenue, the entire state road. So all the limits, the north to the south, that crosses North Miami and Shores, and then make sure that as a corridor, as a facility, traffic will be able to flow through without interruption. Then after inquiring to CATT about the ability to use funds, you saw in the memo that I submitted for the commission, the CATT says those funds can be used, but it has to be the transportation portion. You can't use the 20% tax transit side. So transportation portion, you're good to go. The cost that we figure is that $15,000 is for the application only. I just want to make sure that we're all clear of that. And that's an early budget. So it's until we get into, we don't know what at this point in time what concept you're looking at as a village. Whether it's that picture that I show you, it could be something different. So depending on the concept that you're creating, that fee can go a little bit, can vary a little bit one side or the other. The 380,000 it's mainly for the study. So the 380,000, like I said before, is step number 2, where the heavy lifting takes place, where all the analysis, engineering analysis, the public involvement, all that is part of the study. That's what that covers. And then finally there is the scheduling, as I mentioned earlier before, because of the uncertainty. As you see all these steps there, we don't know where there's maybe a potential delay. So we're forecasting about a year's time for the schedule to complete this. This is the study and the application, obviously, whole process about a year. So with that, I want to thank you for the time, and then I'm open for questions, and hopefully I can answer your questions.
Thank you very much. You want to put up the regular screen? Can we take this off?
Sure. Okay.
Okay, I'd just like to thank you for your presentation. We have to make an application to do a study.
Mm-hmm.
$15,000 has nothing to do with the study. That's only for you to help us with the application. And going back to the first.
That's correct.
That's all the $15,000. It's got nothing to do with the study.
That's just the step number 1. as part of
Yeah,
the process.
the
Yeah,
$380,000 is the study.
2. And that could be portion of, step 3, because once the application gets done or the study gets done from DOT in Miami, it goes to central office. That's step 3. So it could come back to us for, questions or comments. So
Assuming that FDOT approves our application to do a study, then we would have to pay the $380,000 after the study.
Yes.
Any other questions, commissioners?
You're muted, Ben.
I always do that. Yes, the only question I have is, because you said step 2 would be, if it goes to step 2, we would have to pay the $300,000. Does that come out of our CIT money, or is that gonna have to come out of our budget?
Well, CATT, my understanding is that those funds are available. So, if you work out with CATT a figure, and then you figure you want to supplement that with your budget, it's up to you. It's that, that's a discussion that's taking place. What we did is basically contacted CATT and we said, this is a hypothetical in some ways. We didn't know which way this is going to go. We don't know the cost or anything. We just wanted to know where those funds can be available. So that's how we came up to that conclusion. So those funds are available. So the details of that need to be looked at.
So with the step, you're doing a step 1 because you're expecting to get to step 2. See, I have a problem with us paying the $300,000. That's the problem I have. I don't have a problem with doing a study. I agree. I like to spend the $15,000 is worth the money. But
it's only to see if they let us do a study. That's all.
Okay,
that
so
$15,000 is.
I know, but
It's only helping us fill out the application.
Yeah, it just basically the
a
early
little more than
stages
filling an
of this
application.
process. That's all it gives you. It's gives you the ability for us to sit down with FDOT and finding out exactly what the details of the study they're looking for, and then develop the methodology with them, submit the methodology to FDOT, get them approved the methodology, and then they can say, okay, now we're ready to initiate this.
Right, but we're spending the $15,000 because we want to get to step 2. My question is, so where the money is going to come for the step 2. We're looking at just the $15,000. Let's see if we get past step 1, because that's what we're hoping to do, is to get past step 1. Otherwise, why would we want to spend $15,000 on it? So if we get to step 2, I'd like to know where that $300,000 is going to come from.
Well, one thing that I could say is that from my discussions with FDOT at that meeting, I get the feeling that at a step 1, FDOT might be able to tell whether the application is going to go through or, it's basically not going to happen. So there is no reason to proceed with the study. So, but on the other hand, if you are committing yourself to go with the application, FDOT says, okay, proceed with the study, then you got to be able to submit the study. So, it's kind of like we don't know that until we get to step 1. And then the application is a very important process. But on the other hand, I think that the village needs to be conscious that in some ways, it may be a commitment, once you decide to start the process.
Okay, this resolution tonight is for us to go through the step 1. After we go through the step 1, then we can always determine if we want to continue after that, right? Because I think the $15,000 is worth spending. I don't have a problem with that. My problem is after we get past step 1, if we go forward with step 2 and step 3 and so on, it's going to cost us. I like to know where that money is going to come from.
Well, maybe my recommendation to the village should be to figure the whole picture out. Figure what the funding is going to be if the application goes through. If you have to do the study, because I think it would be very difficult. I don't think it's on the best interest of the village, from my opinion, to proceed with the application, and then the FDOT says, okay, move with the study, and then you start looking for your funding, and you figure that funding is not going to happen, so you're going to stop the application there. So all of a sudden it just becomes it's like FDOT is going to say, okay, these guys were interested, now they're not. So I think it's better to have a complete picture resolved on funding, of what the project entails, and then move forward with the application, because at that point, you're committed to continue. Now, you don't just step 1, FDOT says, no way, but at least you went through the whole process, and then you found out, there is no way to do it. But, so it's a balance, you know, so you kind of have to think about that.
Okay, Commissioner Kennedy.
Well, first of all, can you hear me?
Yes.
Am I on?
Yes.
Okay. My internet went off, so I missed most of the presentation, but I had it on in my ear, so I heard everything. And let me just start by saying, Javier, thank you very much, first of all, for the meeting that we had a couple of weeks ago when you agreed to do this for us, and for bringing this to us tonight. It's very thorough, and I spent some time going through it. And I do understand that it's a two-step process, that we would be paying you for one step and then the other. I have some specific questions about some things, and I think I'm really just going to skip them all together and jump to a couple of sort of bigger ticket questions, and it's more of opinion that I would ask of you. But first, I have one small sort of procedural question. If we were to hire you to do the study and then or the application after that, I'm sorry, the application and then the study after that, the two separate jobs, because if we don't get approved after the application, there is no study, right? We do the application, and then we may or may not get approved. It might end there. But if we do, what is our role in this? I understand we have to pay you to do it, and we have to determine where the funds will come. But what will the village's role be in each of these two steps, the application and then the study?
So in the application, I asked EFTA, because I kind of knew you were going to ask me this question. So I asked EFTA, what do you need from the village in order to initiate the application? So they told me that to initiate the application, they'd like to see the village manager, a memo or a letter from the village manager, copy to the commission, indicating that in effect the village would like to initiate this application. So once the application meeting takes place, and once the village develops a concept as to what the study is going to be for, then at that point, EFTA would like to see a resolution from the commission that basically says this is what we're going to go forward with. So
Okay.
that's the village role in the initial process.
Okay, so that is our role. I mean, is there anything we have to turn over to you? Is there any work that we have to do on our own, anything outside that would cost us additional money or time or expertise to be able to provide you the things that you need? Or once we pass a resolution and hire you to do it, are we really hands off at that point until you come back with the final product for us?
Well, like I mentioned during my presentation, the most important item is to have a concept of the project. So that's something that the village needs to do, and then by either workshops or meetings with the community, you come up and you say, okay, this is what the community wants, this is what the commission wants, and we're going to move forward with that. And from that point on, we take it forward to EFTA through the EFTA. Okay. So I think that and then we're going to come back to you to ask for information or relevant information or streets. Maybe you have some accident data we need to review. Maybe you have some particular projects that you have in the village that we need to make it part of our analysis, those kind of things. But in general, once you get vision of the study of the project, then we're just moving forward with it.
Okay, so there aren't other studies that you would need, other things that we would have to pay you extra for, other things that we would have to provide outside of what you'll be doing for us. You have, once we say go ahead, there's no other study or anything that would cost us real time or money.
Nope, that's right.
Okay.
It's just basically for us going through the process. Sorry.
Okay. So in your professional opinion, and I'm this is just, I'm completely asking for your opinion. In your professional opinion, if we were to apply for this and we were to pay you to do it, knowing the things that they would require of us, and mainly we kind of have to prove a reason for it to be. We can't just say we only want 2 lanes, just because. We have to give them a good reason. In your professional opinion, following their process, do you think we have a case here to get approved to then continue on with the study?
I think
do you think we'll get a yes, go ahead and apply, or go ahead and do the study?
I can tell you that the whole process is not easy to follow, so there's going to be some hard work to do. The main concern with EFTA, aside from the concept that they need to see what exactly the village wants and the funding, their other major concern is the potential impacts on their facilities. So now you have to remember there's 4 lanes to the south, 4 lanes to the north, and all of a sudden it comes to the village and we have 2 lanes. So there's going to be a lot of different things to consider. You know, how is this reduction going to take place? At what point in time does it start? You know, and then when we start talking about that with FDOT, you can sense that we're getting a little nervous because at one point in time, you should know that I work for the city of Miami Beach. Miami Beach is an island. So these guys know me from those days, and they said, "This is not Miami Beach. You know, this is the main line, and you have a facility here where the you know, it interacts with other cities. It serves as a major arterial to other cities. So there's traffic that gets through here. So they don't want the traffic to be interrupted. So
sure,
you know, FDOT definitely had some concerns about that, and then you know, they just want to make sure that those concerns are addressed. It's not going to be easy. Another point that I'd like to make is that in the through the process of the study, we need to consult with the county. The county has another facility to the west of this major road, Northeast 6th Avenue. They need to be a player. So, and the county may have a different set of requirements. We haven't even discussed that. But the FDOT definitely like to see the county involvement, and the you know, and then the other players that I mentioned before, the TPO and the cities. But the you know, the picture that I'm trying to paint here is that it's not a given. So, and then it's a major effort, and then FDOT is not going to be easy on us. I can tell you that right now. So they're going to look at this very closely. And then based on the experience they've had with this Northeast 6th Avenue project, you know, their level of awareness is even higher. So they have, they're going to look at it, but it's going to be, it's going to be up to the village and for us to demonstrate the viability of this project.
The onus is really on us to prove that there's a purpose for this.
I'm sorry, what?
I said the onus is on the village to demonstrate that there is an actual reason for this to be.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I have some other things I wanted to ask, but I think I'll defer to the other commissioners and let them ask some questions. I may want to come back and ask some more things.
Okay.
I have one more question. Is in your learned experiences, is North Miami and Miami Shores going to oppose this? Do you think they'll oppose this, since this will definitely impact both of them, North Miami and Miami Shores?
That's a very good question. And then unless we start talking to them, they will never find it out. And so we haven't approached them. I don't know if the village has, but we haven't. You know, we had a short time here to develop all of this. So, but that's an excellent question. So they may find it that it's you know, again, you know, traffic is coming through both ends and the 4 lanes, and all of a sudden you have to adjust to this 2 lane. It has some benefits to the community, to the village, in that will slow down the traffic, you know, make it more urban, you know, all those items that sort of like make it more attractive to the village. But, you know, it's a through a street, it's a through transportation facility that, you know, in some ways, if for some reason there is delay in traffic, you know, and that's what FDOT is requiring us to do, you know, analysis of the side streets. Is there going to be a diversion of traffic? And that's something that you don't want to have in your village. You know, there's people getting backed up in Northeast 6th Avenue, and they're going to start looking for the side streets to get through. That's not good. So, you know, they may, you know, have some concerns about that, the ability for the residents to get through. And then, because there is no other way to get around it. You
Does the county listen to the opposing villages? You know, North Miami and Miami Shores. You say the county has to be part of this also.
Yes, because they own the Griffin Boulevard. Yes, so they probably listen to their, you know, to their cities as well. So
how about Miami Country Day School? Would they would have the right to oppose this also?
True. So there is another player there, so that we take into consideration. So there's a lot of different players that are going to be coming into the picture. And then if at one point along the exercise, there is one or more players coming opposition, then the project may have difficulty advancing. So
Do you think they would approve this ever? Reducing for 2 lanes? I mean, and you know, you've done this a lot more than most of us.
you think?
Yeah, we're not heavy into this.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a 1 mile village, you know, reducing the lanes?
You know, not in an urban situation like we have here in this particular instance with, you know, you have a heavy populated area surrounding the village. And so they use this facility as the main route north and south. And so, you know, it's going to be under scrutiny because of that. What I have seen or not happening, you know, it's sometimes things happen, you know, for the good of the community. And then, you know, there have been champions in the communities that push this all the way forward. There have been, you know, elected officials that push their project forward and things happen. So it's not unheard of. It just, like I mentioned before, it can take work, you know, and it can you know, challenge you as a community. So you have to be prepared.
An uphill battle.
It could be, yes.
Okay. Commissioner Tudor?
Don't have a question, more of just a comment, kind of going off of what y'all were just speaking about. I think before we even commit to $15,000 to even do an application, I think it's very important that we speak to the other stakeholders to the north and south of us. I mean, without buy-in from them, it's not going to happen. The idea of taking those 4 lanes and then at the red light on 113th and 6th, all of a sudden those lanes converging down to a single lane going north, a single lane coming south. And with Country Day just to the south of us as well, you know, it's going to be, I think, a difficult sell. And we have to really consider that once that traffic starts backing up on 6th Avenue, because that's what's going to happen. You're going to have drivers who are going to then be diverting off onto 113th, cutting up 8th, 7th, who are going to go down Griffin. You're going to find a lot more traffic coming through the village. So it's just something that we have to really, talk about. I think, the chief and the interim manager, and when the manager comes on board, those individuals can be meeting and speaking to some of, Miami Shores, reaching out to Country Day, reaching out to North Miami, reaching out to the county, and having these serious discussions with them to find out if it's even something that they would even buy into. Because without their support, this won't be approved.
Commissioner Ross?
Yes, thank you. Just to touch on some of the things that others have said with regard to reaching out to our peers in other cities, I think that's where the conversation is going to rely on interpersonal skills and the relationships that we have built or should have built over time with other council and commissioners in North Miami, Miami Shores, and at the county level. These are decisions that will be made at that level, of course, with staff input from those other cities. So we could start that process, but I'm not sure that that's really the first step. From what I understand the first step is really sort of to get ourselves organized, to go ahead and follow up with the mitigation that FDOT has suggested, to sit down and come up with the purpose and the goals for this project so that we sort of put our ducks in a row and can articulate the reasoning to FDOT in an application. And that was one of the most exciting things that I heard tonight and that I read in the memo, because up until right now, the village has not engaged or spoken to or consulted with a professional with the appropriate credentials and discipline to guide us in this process. Up until right now, the process has been in the hands of people who really were not equipped to represent the village in dealing with FDOT. And advocating for the things that our community wants to see happen on 6th Avenue. So I think that it would give us, it's a tremendous value to have somebody, to finally be talking to somebody who is listening to the village and is able to speak on the level of the traffic engineers and the traffic planners on behalf of the village's position. We have been at a loss all of this time for not having that very important professional input. And if $15,000 will get us that consultation, that level of organization and professional guidance, even if we don't follow through, you know, if we come upon something that is insurmountable and we don't follow through with the actual application, I think that it will be a tremendous benefit, not only for the people on 6th Avenue, but for the rest of this community to have that discussion, to organize ourselves, to show FDOT that we're committed to protecting our community and having the community reflect what we want it to reflect. It's not just some other section of State Road 915. I would go forward with the initial process and that spend the initial $15,000 and get our ducks in a row. And if we come across that insurmountable thing, or we cannot find the funding to go through the full process, we'll at least have defined what we want. And then we can go back to FDOT and say, for the initial project that they were proposing, say, well, these are the things that are reflective of our community, and these are the things that we're willing to have incorporated, or we're even willing to pay to have incorporated in a variation of what they were initially proposing for State Road 915 through Biscayne Park. And just to touch back on something, a comment that was made about lane reduction and it happening in other major roads. When Miami Shores decided that they wanted to develop their downtown area with restaurants and outdoor cafes and a place that people can go and spend an evening or an afternoon at, Northeast 2nd Avenue is not a state road, but it's, I believe, a county road. And the first thing they did was reduce that 4-lane highway to a 2-lane highway so that it became more of a walkable downtown area. So, and when I saw them do that, I thought, wow, this would be really great for Biscayne Park to be able to distinguish this little stretch of road as not the same as all of the other communities, and really the walkable community that Biscayne Park is. So, you know, I see, yeah, sure, there are lots of, you know, thousands of steps before we get to the end of a process that would reach the end of the lane reduction, but maybe we don't go that far. I think we need to at least engage a professional that has our interests in mind and develop a plan.
Chief, would you like to cut in on this? You're okay.
Yeah, Mayor, really quick, you know, having to do from the public safety aspect, and I've had many discussions with FDOT, and I've had discussions with residents that live on 6, and I really, you know, having gone over some of the information that has been provided, I think there's information that's really critical here. Mr. Falcone, correct me if I'm wrong. Either way, the fact that the project, the scope of the project is gonna change. It will require, even if it's a 2-lane or 4-lane, it's gonna require that they put in sidewalks, correct?
FDOT definitely encourages the installation.
So, and that's absolutely something that the residents have voiced they're totally against. The other issue that—
Not totally.
Yes, that's my opinion.
Not totally.
So that's my public safety opinion. Please allow me to finish. The issue here is that we have to keep in mind if this is going to go forward, and if you're looking at spending this type of money, are you going to have the rest of the money that you're going to invest in this? It's like almost like buying horse food, but you're not purchasing a horse here, or you don't own one. I really think that we're going to be facing some tough financial times in the next few years. Most cities already started. I can tell you a couple of cities that are laying off employees, that are going through an enormous, are struggling. They're really struggling. And I think you've been very candid, Mr. Falcone, stating that it's really an uphill road. FDOT has a plan. They don't want to deviate from that plan. And yeah, we could set a blueprint on what we want to do, but it's going to cost us $15,000 for them to say, listen, I'm sorry, this is not what we're going to be doing. So I look at it from a public safety perspective. I tell you that, yes, speeding, pedestrian crosswalks, pedestrian safety, those are all big issues, okay? But I'm also thinking, from a managerial perspective, are we going to spend $15,000 to then later on say, well, we don't have 380,000, but we did this tough study. We did it. Okay, let's shelf that study. It's one more study we have. So, I mean, that's where I see it from a public safety aspect. I'd like to see the money go to maybe a pedestrian crosswalk a pedestrian light where they hit the button and people are able to cross over, or some other safety signal features, more striping, more lighting. I mean, stuff that is more manageable and can probably be done with that amount of money. So,
may I respond to some of that, Ginny? Chief, you're stressing very clearly that it's a public safety concern that you have, and that's the angle you're coming at from this. But then you shift very quickly to the amount of money that we're going to spend, and the budget is not a public safety concern at all. But I just want to challenge you a little bit on one thing that you said, because we need to be clear on this. You said residents are totally against sidewalks. Let's be clear that residents are not totally against sidewalks. I have walked 6th Avenue several times, and I have talked to lots of residents there. And some of them, maybe more than not, don't want sidewalks. But there are plenty of residents of 6th Avenue who are asking me, please get us sidewalks. One of them is in the meeting listening to us right now. So there are plenty of residents of 6th Avenue and elsewhere in the village who are asking us to put sidewalks on 6th Avenue. There are residents of Griffing who are saying, not only do I think you should have sidewalks on 6th Avenue, but I think you should have them on Griffing as well. So there are plenty of residents in this village who would like us to put sidewalks on these two. Let's just talk about 6th Avenue today. I'm not saying I have an opinion either way. I've just been in information gathering mode in a very significant way since this reared its head a couple of months ago out of nowhere. And I can tell you there are plenty of people who do want us to put sidewalks on 6th Avenue. To what Rox said, Rox, you put that very well, and you have my sort of spinning inside my head now about this first step, because what I think I'm hearing you say, and I'd like Javier to respond to this, is he gave us a proposal to spend $15,000 to do an application, and then, let's say upwards to $400,000 to do the study. And what you're saying is, in your opinion, if I'm paraphrasing for you, and tell me if I'm understanding this, and I'm going to ask Javier to respond. What you're saying is you would see that not just as money to be spent on the application, but for Calvin Giordano to kind of wrangle this thing for us and get us to the next stage, whether that would be a study or having us just go straight to FDOT with what it is we want to do if we decide to not move forward with the application? You're just saying that you value that their professional input in this process altogether, whether that's an application or it takes some other form right now for us.
That was what I was trying to convey, is that up until this point, we have not had someone with the professional background to give us guidance.
Right. Okay.
And we haven't even had a manager, really. So knowing that it's going to be that we can use CITT money for it, that it's not going to impact the budget, and we don't have to reduce hours or people, or we're not going to pay for it from the general fund. We have that's one area that where our coffers are wealthy, is CITT.
Right.
And I think it's going to serve us whether we are able to go for a lane reduction or just to go back and talk to FDOT about what the project should look like.
What it is we do want. Okay.
Yeah.
Javier, can we use the CITT money, the 80% portion, can we use that money for the application fee, or is it just for the study fee? For some reason in my mind, it was only for the study fee, not for the application portion. Can we use it for the smaller amount?
I think you can use it for entire process. That's the impression that we got.
For the entire process. Okay. That was, I misunderstood that somewhere reading the documents you provided. So, okay. So in other words, we could take this first step, following Rox's logic, which I'm liking the sound of. We could maybe morph this into a different kind of package, this a slightly different way with Calvin Giordano, and use CITT money to get us somewhere in the next step, which might be an application, which might be a consultation with us on how this could come together, what our next steps would be.
And that may be, I think that the Commissioner Roche is right in defining that, in indicating that this is this might be a good step to take for the village.
Yeah.
Clearly, it will kind of get everything on the table, and from the get-go, this is going to, this is now what is it the village really want, and then maybe start talking to the neighbors in the neighboring cities, and then they're like, hey, we have this idea. What do you guys think? And then you may end up hearing people say, "Oh yeah, we're all in favor." You may end up hearing people say, "No, we don't like this." But at least you know, and then the next 5-10 years, when you look back, you'll say that we studied that idea, and then it just didn't work because of these reasons.
And we studied it properly. We didn't just talk about it, the 5 of us here, and arbitrarily come to some decision, not based on any kind of professional knowledge of how this works. Would your company also approach those other municipalities on our behalf, or is that something that would be more appropriate to happen from the administration or the government level, from city to city?
I think it would be better to initiate at the city level, from city to city, but we can certainly, assist you with that process, formulating maybe agenda for discussions, or providing some drawings, some concepts, for stimulating the discussion between the cities or among the cities.
Madam Mayor, point this 15,000 is to go forward with. I'm trying to understand this, to go forward with the application. Then you're going to charge us for the survey before we go. If they accept the application, you're going to charge the survey. What's the price going to be for that? Is that going to be part of the $360,000? I'm coming back to. I just don't want to spend $360,000. No,
this just let me be clear on the study. The study is a study, so it doesn't have any surveying. It doesn't have any production of construction documents. Right. It's basically to demonstrate to EFTA that we have met all requirements for the entire study to be approved by them. So once the study gets approved, then it moves into the next phase, which would be then. You're talking about surveying, construction documents, and all of that. That's completely separate from this. So the study is not included. The study is not included in this $15,000, right? This is just for the application. Yeah, it's 2 separate items. That's what I put together, 2 different costs. Okay. One is for the application, the other one is for the study. Correct. What was the price again for the study? I believe 380,000. 80,000. 380,000. That's a
380.
Yeah. Right. 380,000. Commissioner Tudor?
Yeah, real quick. I think before, we write a check tonight, why don't we talk about having a workshop, maybe meet with residents, find out if this is something, residents in the village would even want to pursue. I mean, I think that's the first step. I know that was a big point that Vice Mayor Kennedy made about the initial project with 6th Avenue was we need to be speaking with residents. And we told FDOT we're going to have workshops with residents and we're going to meet with residents, which we haven't yet. We haven't even scheduled anything. So I think the next step should be, while the administration speaks to our neighboring cities, would be for the commission to start setting up some workshops to meet with residents regarding this.
I agree with that. This might be a good idea.
Let me respond to that first, please. And Will, yes, I agree 100%, 1000%. We need to bring residents into this, and I've been a proponent of that since the beginning, and I'm very happy that we're taking these appropriate steps forward. But I don't feel we're ready for the workshop yet, because here's what's going to happen if you have a workshop. You're going to have a bunch of residents come in there and say, reduce lanes, take it down to 2 lanes. We don't even know if we can yet. The whole purpose of this is to find out if we can even do that, because we may go, they may say, thanks for the application. The answer is no, you can't even submit a study. I think we need to kind of know what our options are here first, because I think it's kind of a disservice to the community to bring them all into a room and say, tell us what you want, and they tell us things that they can't have for one reason or another. I think we need to kind of limit down the options and find out what's reasonable and feasible and viable, and present to the community, here's a menu. Now tell us from what's available to you what you want. Let's not ask them, let's not have them come in and order a fillet when we're a fish restaurant. You know, I think we need to find out what it is we can do first and try to limit this in some way. And I think Calvin Giordano would be the people to guide us in that direction.
But let me clarify a little bit onto that, Commissioner Kennedy. I think it's highly important to have like I mentioned during my presentation, is a purpose and a vision of this lane repurposing. So for that, you may need to engage the community to say, you know, when you submit the village submits moves forward with the application, the village will have to convey to FDOT what exactly is that you're looking at. So in order to do that, it might be this discussion has to take place. So whether it's workshops or public meetings or, you know, whatever the mechanism may be, but that's essential. So you know, and then from that, then you can talk about the options that you may have and all of that. But EFTA was very clear in our meeting that they need to have that clear purpose and goals of the project, you know, before even considering this application.
But the purpose would be things like transit lanes and bike lanes and things that residents may not have any impact on. I mean, a resident can't ask for a bus lane, can they?
No, but I think it's when I talk about concept, you may have a drawing like the one that I show you, where, you know, the before and after, you know, the after being the lane repurposing project. Is that the picture you're trying to put together so you can submit to EFTA as part of the application, or is that a different picture? So that picture, I guess, is what I'm suggesting, that it should be clear when the application moves forward.
Mayor, let me just say something. When I was in the city of Miami, I had the role as a chief of operations, as a city manager. When we did these projects, Javier, with FDOT, we had numerous, and I'm talking about way over 10 meetings with the communities, and we break them up into different communities, and we get input and show them exactly. FDOT would do presentations of exactly what the plans. The residents had a chance not only to look at what was being proposed, but what their input on what they wanted or not. I respectfully agree and disagree with the commissioner as he was walking during his campaign. I know he got input from different people, but what's required by FDOT is not that. What's required is that they have these community meetings to meet with the community. This is a requirement, and they must get community input and buy-in and have the community completely informed of what's going on. And that's what I'm saying, that will allow for us to get the temperature of who wants sidewalks, who doesn't want sidewalks, who wants a crosswalk, who doesn't want a crosswalk, what's allowed by the state, what's not allowed by the state. I think that will help you before you're able to move forward and we spend $15,000. And also to allow, like Commissioner Tudor says, the opportunity for us to engage Miami Shores, North Miami, okay, the county, who may absolutely say 100% no. And from my contact, from my relationships throughout the many years with the county, I will tell you what their goal is. Their goal is to move traffic from point A to point B as expeditiously as possible. Am I right or am I wrong? Or am I not wrong?
You're right. That's what I've done this afternoon.
Mayor, if I may
goal
contribute
too.
something here. Chief, I appreciate your experience with the City of Miami, and no doubt you've been through this many times, but where we stand today, FDOT has said we're stopping our plan, the plan that they had already in place, and they're standing down until they hear from us what this community wants to do. So now it's on us to move the conversation forward. And I believe Giordano can help us with that process until we can now show FDOT, okay, we have ourselves together, we know what we want, we know what this community wants, these are our goals, this is the purpose for what it is we're going to ask for, whether it's a lane reduction if that's the way we go, or it becomes something related to the project they already had in place that alters it to fit our community. I think that that $15,000 is a tremendous value. And up until now, as I said before, we have not had a professional to guide us in defending or advocating for what the community wants here. I understand FDOT's goal, their priority is to move traffic from, but it's not up to us to defend that. That's their role. It's up to us to defend what this community wants.
I agree with you 100%.
Now we finally have a professional with the discipline and the background that could help us talk that talk and organize our thoughts so that we can properly convey them to FDOT.
I agree with you.
Let me ask you a question.
But it's required. It is required. Part of the requirements is that, and maybe Giordano can join and be part of FDOT and Giordano with these means. But part of the requirements, and if you don't believe me, I guess he will tell you, or FDOT will tell you, they're going to want to have the community meeting.
Okay, so let me ask you, I'm sorry,
that's
let me
part
interrupt
of
you.
their requirement. That's part of FDOT's requirement when they are doing a project. But right now, we're still at the point where we're gathering what it is this community wants.
Okay, let me ask a very specific question that I think might lead us towards something that we could end up, close this out tonight. It's a question to Javier. The price that you're going to charge us for the application, does that include, or could it include, or could you amend it to include a X number of public workshops? Does it include a workshop now? Could it include a workshop? Could that price include a public workshop or two that you would lead? Or could you amend the application fee to include a workshop or two so you would have all of that to help? And then after that, then we would meet as a commission and sort of guide you with that. Is it something your company does do, would do, could do?
Yes, we can certainly amend to get the scope, I guess, according to what you want to do. If you decide to have a number of workshops among the commission, community, and all of that, taking all those steps before going to the actual application process with FDOT, we can certainly amend the concept of the scope of work to comply with that. So that's not an issue for us. But I think you're going the right way in doing that. That's just my humble recommendation. Yes.
I'm sorry. You think that's a good idea? I missed that. Okay. Let me try making a motion here. What if I'd like to make a motion that we ask Javier to go back and amend the price and package only for the first step, the application to include one public workshop and one additional commission meeting after that, and have him come back to our November meeting. It will be a new commission, but that's okay. Most of the candidates are here in this meeting now. And just to bring that back to us and let us take a look at a new package just for step one, the application, to include one workshop and one commission meeting afterwards, probably a public workshop and a commission workshop, and see where that leads us next. Just to come in November, come back and give us a price for that. Not do it, just give us a price for that.
Madam Mayor, so we're paying for, I thought our workshops are not paid for. We don't pay for our workshops, right? So what's the $15,000 that's going to come? I'd rather have the workshop.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I'd like to second that motion so that we could discuss it.
There you go. Thank you.
Second by Commissioner Ross. Go ahead, Commissioner Samaria.
We don't pay for work. I mean, what I'm confused by is I'd rather have the workshops first and then we can go forward. If the workshop turns out that the residents want to go forward with the application, then we go forward with the applications. Well, we're saying $15,000 to cover a workshop. What cost are you talking about a workshop? Do we charge for a workshop? Or is it going to be?
No, he was talking about adding a workshop into the $15,000 as well as doing our application. He was talking about throwing in a workshop, 2 workshops actually.
I'd rather have.
I'm just asking him to come back to the November. I'm not suggesting that he do it. My motion is not that he does it. My motion is that we ask him to come back to us in November and show us what that would look like, what that would include. Because I have a feeling he's going to go. I have a feeling he's going to go back and tinker with his whole step one package and say, okay, if we do a workshop, and here's how it will then change what I do afterwards to help you guys out. I think he has a better understanding now of where we stand and what we're trying to accomplish here. He's nodding his head yes. So
okay.
My motion is just to ask him to come back with a package and a price for us to consider again next month.
Okay, but don't we need to vote? We need to vote on the resolution that is because if you're the way you're talking about, then we need to vote down.
We have no resolution.
There's
no resolution here tonight, Dan.
Agenda.
This is just a conversation.
We're going to vote on the
motion. Just a conversation.
On Vice Mayor Kennedy's motion. Roseanne,
would you like me to clarify it just so everyone's clear on it?
I think we're.
My motion is to have Calvin Giordano come back in November with an amended version of package number 1, amended content and price, to include a public workshop and a commission workshop afterwards, after the public workshop, and whatever else he thinks would need changed in that package as a result. My motion is only to ask him to come back next month and show that to us with a price attached to it for us to consider.
Still second that motion.
You did second it.
Still.
Yeah. Roseanne, you want to call the roll? You're muted, Roseanne.
You're muted.
Mayor, you don't need a roll call unless you absolutely want it.
Is all in favor? Say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, no opposed. Can I ask you one other question, Mr. Falcone?
Yes, of course, Mayor.
Did you ever see a main street like 6th Avenue that's much bigger than the 1 mile in Biscayne have a bicycle lane that doesn't have bicycle lanes on coming in or going out? In other words, North Miami doesn't have bicycle lanes on that road, and neither does Miami Shores. Have you ever seen a bicycle lane for 1 mile?
There are many examples of that, and then part of that is that bicycle lanes get completed as projects get implemented and funded. So sometimes you see projects piecemeal. Even within a same city, you'll see a street kind of like not having a continuity. But the overall purpose of the street or the from plans developed by the city will be to have the entire street, the entire corridor having the consistency. But sometimes because of reasons of funding and others, that doesn't happen. But so that has happened. But the goal ultimately is to have a complete connecting system for bicycle facilities. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Say that last part again, please. I'm sorry. The last part I didn't quite catch. The goal is to
have to have a street that completely connects all the facilities, whether they are bicycle facilities, pedestrian facilities. And what I was explaining earlier is that, in some cases you don't see continuity because the projects occur at different times with different fundings. And so, but essentially the goal from the city's plan or the village plan is to connect everything. So eventually
Get everything kind of dovetailed together. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you for clarifying that. I didn't catch that.
Okay, can we, thank you very much, Mr. Falcone. We will see you in our November meeting.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
That was excellent.
Thank you.
That was excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, Roseanne, you were going to talk about the RFP for Waste Pro?
We still have the FAA that we move up front, Mayor.
The what? I'm sorry?
The 11C, FAA.
Oh, 11C, okay, sorry. Okay, this is yours, Vice Mayor Kennedy also?
Oh, okay, sure. Let me shake that other one out of my head and move on to this one. This is two sort of meaty ones back to back. Is Dave Caserta in the meeting? I don't see him, and I thought I heard someone say he was here, and that's why we moved this forward. Is he here?
I don't
see him. No.
Is he here?
No,
No?
I don't see him.
Okay. Okay, I haven't seen him either. Would you like me to continue with this, or do you want to put it back on the agenda where it was and go back where we should be?
That probably would be a better idea because we don't have to.
Whatever you want to do. I'll do it now or later, whatever you want to do.
All right, let's put it back where it was.
Okay.
And Roseanne?
So we're gonna move the 11C back
to 11C.
The position, okay?
Wow.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, where are we now?
Roseanne is going to speak about updates on the RFP, Waste Pro.
Yes.
I thought we were at, I thought we were now would be at 10 resolutions, no?
No, we're at 7.
Not
No, sorry.
information.
I see, okay.
About the
I
RFP.
see, okay, okay. I'm back up there.
Okay, today we have the second meeting of the open bids and evaluation of the RFP 2020-01 regarding solid waste. It has been a consensus of the panel to advise the commission to cancel RFP 2020-01 and start a new process. I can read a short comment from each member of the panel. Paul Winklejohn stated that it is in the best interest of the village to cancel and start over. Dan Keys, commission should stop the process and change the RFP with professional help to draft a new version, the RFP. And Cesar Hernandez, he recommends the current RFP should be scrapped and need to start over. From an operating standpoint, it's not clear what is being requested by the village. So I'm submitting now to the commission to discuss and decide what's the next step is gonna be.
I'd like to, since our whole board, not the commissioners, but the
panel.
The panel has agreed that they would like a new one. I would like to make a motion that we ask them to rewrite it and that we get rid of the old one.
I'd like to ask a
They
question
would
of the
rewrite it?
attorney. I'd like to ask a question of the attorney through the chair.
Go ahead.
So we had limitations on what we could talk about since it was an RFP, and the announcement is not a vote or a evaluation of the bids. It seems to be something called a consensus which recommends something that was not requested of the panel. The panel was asked to evaluate the bids. I'm wondering, I feel like we're in a limbo here, and I'm not sure that we could even talk about it.
There's a motion on the floor to reject all the bids and go back out. It's perfectly legal motion. You know, obviously the panel that was selected, by whom I don't know, you know, has made this recommendation. I believe that the interim village manager is recommending that as well. Is that not right, Roseanne?
Yes, I follow what they.
So it's certainly perfectly acceptable for you to discuss it.
Okay, is there a second to my motion?
I'll second it for discussion, please.
Well, there's always discussion after the second.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, Vice Mayor Kennedy.
Well, I want to ask you a question about your motion, because if I heard your motion correctly, it was to start the process over again, and then you said have them go rewrite it. Do you mean the panel?
Yes.
Caesar,
I think that
Dan Keys, and Paul Winklejohn?
Dan Keys is an expert in itself. Yes, he's
I'm not certain that's what they intended, though, from what I read from the email that went out to us today. Unless I misunderstood something, I didn't pull it up here right now, but I thought they were recommending that we get someone else to write it for us. Is that correct, Roseanne?
Only one member of the panel requests to stop the process and change the RFP with professional help to draft a new version. Only one member.
I think
Madam Mayor, point of order. Is Dan Keys here and Caesar?
He was. I'm just looking. I don't see him.
Yeah, I don't see him either.
Okay,
But
is Caesar here?
Dan Keys is a professional. This is what he did.
But Mr. Dion, is the panel allowed to speak even with the commission post the motion to?
Well, I don't think Paul is on either.
Finance.
Yeah, he was there. Paul was here.
It shouldn't be necessary for the members of the panel to speak. They've made their recommendation. You've made your recommendation. There's a motion on the floor for discussion purposes.
Okay, so am I clear, Jenny, then that your motion is to have our in-house panel write this?
Yes.
Request them to.
Okay, because the panel, I saw opinions today from 3 people, Paul, Dan, and Caesar. I didn't see anything from the police chief. Is he not a member of the panel?
Yeah, but today he could not attend the meeting.
I see. Okay, so would those 4 people, Ginny, you're recommending those 4 people write it?
Right. Well.
Okay, okay.
Roseanne is on that committee too.
Well,
I'm sorry?
I'm working as a.
No, Roseanne's not on it. No, she's not on the committee. Okay, so your motion is to have us go back to the starting board on this and have those 4 people write our RFP. Am I correct in understanding that Dan Keys was involved in writing the first version of this? Dan's back in here, by the way, I think.
No, Dan was not involved. This was our attorney and Commissioner Ross, from my understanding. So Dan was not involved in the writing of it.
Oh, I thought Dan was brought in towards the end to look at it.
I don't.
If I may advise on my contribution to the RFP, I merely made sure that the services that are currently being provided are what were being solicited in the RFP. I was not involved in any of the technical aspects of it or anything else.
Okay.
It was just to tailor it for the services that we currently receive to be what we were asking.
Okay.
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 Okay, any other comments on this? Commissioner Tudor?
I had one other thing I wanted to say very quickly, and that is now that I understand that more fully, that you want them to write it, I'm not as comfortable, I'm just going to say, but I seconded it so we could have this conversation. If we're going to go back and take another crack at this, I would be more comfortable if we would find someone to help us do this who's professional. And no offense to those 4 people that are on the panel, but I think if we're going to go to all the trouble of doing it again, Dan Keys has texted me that he's trying to get in, we find someone else to work on this for us and free up those employees to go back to their regular jobs and hire the right, someone with professional experience doing this. But I also think that at the same time, that part of this would be instructing Roseanne or Ed or both of them together to go back to Waste Pro and get an extension to our current contract so we don't find ourselves without waste collection here, because their contract expires at the end of December. I think hand in hand with this would be get that extended so at least we know we have service in the meantime.
Mr. Bowers, I think that's you. You're Waste Pro, right? You're muted. Okay.
Yes, I am. And yeah, we'd be more than willing to sit down and talk with the village about an extension. No problem at all.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for that. I would like to, I don't know if it's appropriate for me to ask this, so Ed tell me to shut up and I will, but I would hope that Waste Pro, because we're trying to get the right thing done here and getting through a very difficult period, being without a contract, and if you would extend it, and that if you were to extend it, that you would not increase our rate. We've experienced 2 rate increases with you over some extensions in the past 6-8 months, and I would hope that you would, in good faith, extend the contract without increasing our fee.
We're keeping the same, yes.
That's something that we definitely talk about, sit down and take a look at where we are and what we've done. Be more than willing to talk about that for sure.
Thank you for that.
Mr. Bell.
If I may comment on your motion, Mayor, having seen the first draft of the RFP that was prepared by staff that was really insufficient and didn't describe the services that we have, didn't even really describe an RFP process properly, and having worked with prior village attorney on what was put out eventually, and didn't actually see the 3 bids, but whatever was put out was able to net us 3 bids that were going to be evaluated. I'm still not sure why they weren't evaluated, but I don't feel comfortable at all with assigning to write the RFP to people. One is a public works assistant manager or director. I'm not sure what the title is now.
Assistant manager.
The clerk well, not the clerk, but the police chief. I don't know how the police chief would know how to write an RFP for sanitation, although he is brilliant in so many other ways. And a resident who volunteered for a limited engagement to look at the bids. I don't feel comfortable at all tasking those people to put together an RFP. We are hamstrung not having a credentialed manager as a CEO here right now, and we can't just keep pulling people off the street and giving them assignments for to help us run a government. I think we.
But Dan Keys is an expert.
I think we need. Excuse me. I think we need to engage a professional to get this done and stop wasting time. I mean, here we are now. We're going to have to extend a contract with Waste Pro at least for 6 months. And thank you for considering the extension with us to negotiate that. Frankly, I think right now we are overpaying because of the 2 increases that have occurred in the last couple of months. So I hope that in that extension being negotiated, someone speaks on behalf of Biscayne Park and the Biscayne Park residents to make sure that we are getting value for the price that we're paying for collection. But as to your motion, I'm sorry, I can't agree that we should give this to people who volunteer, basically.
Madam Mayor.
Roseanne
Madam Mayor. Okay.
Let
Madam
Commissioner Samari go first.
Madam Mayor, before we vote on this, If I'm correct, Dan Keys, and since he's here, did recommend that we go out and get a professional.
I know that, but we can ask them if they will do it. I can't assign it, we can ask them. And since I think Dan is our professional in Biscayne Park, hopefully he'll say yes. Go ahead, Roseanne.
Commissioner, respectfully, I want to say that with the help of the panel, if they accept our invitation to come to work on the RFP, and we have a village attorney that can follow and guide us throughout the process. So I believe that with the panel and we are perfect capable to put together an RFP that hopefully bring good results.
Well, we weren't perfectly capable the first time we did it, apparently.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to hear if it's possible from the attorney on what he thinks.
Ed?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, I don't understand your question.
Can you will you be able to assist our panel on the Waste Pro, on the RFP contract?
Well, I can certainly check out the legal aspects of it, but I don't have any technical knowledge that I can assist with.
Because the technicality is the panel, I think they are perfectly capable to put together. And of course, our village attorney can supervise and make sure that everything is legally correct.
Madam Mayor, if we hire an outside firm, how long, what's the process going to be? How long is that going to take?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
If we hire an outside professional, how long is that process going to take?
I have no idea, but Dan had discussed that with me, and I was at a meeting and spoke to, I guess it was 5 or 6 different mayors about hiring someone to do that. And they all thought it was certainly not necessary. Just we could pick up on any village and see their contracts. North Miami, Miami Shores, all around. That hiring a consultant was a waste of money, was the opinion of the people I spoke to.
Okay, I'd like to say something here. So what we're looking at is these people on this panel write a new RFP for us. Ed just told us he hasn't done it. He would check it for legal, making sure it's tight in a legal perspective. But Ed, have you ever been involved in a solid waste RFP before?
I've prepared a contract for solid waste.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Dan Keys, in what you emailed to us today, Roseanne, Dan Keys is the one who said, go get professional help and get this thing done right. So the person that you're saying should be our lead on this is the person who in an email today said, you're muted, Roseanne.
Yeah, I'm not saying that who's going to be the leader or not the leader. I'm going to say that I'm going to invite.
Okay, well, okay. Okay, well, Ginny keeps saying we have an in-village expert, an in-house expert. That is Dan Keys. Dan Keys, I'm quoting, the commission should stop the process and change the RFP with professional help to draft a new version of an RFP. Dan Keys said that. That's what I received. So I don't understand why the person who said this is big enough and important enough that you should go get professional help, that person you want to say, well, he's our expert, have him do it. By the way, he's a resident, he's a volunteer. So, and he's in the waiting room trying to get in right now. He's in the waiting room right now, Roseanne, trying to get into this meeting.
I don't see
I've texted you. He's texting me saying he's in the waiting room, and it just seems to me odd that we would have one of our public works employees, our finance guy, the police chief, and a resident who said expressly, go get professional help, while you would task them with doing it and then ask the attorney to look over it. I don't understand this. We already did it in a half-assed way, pardon my French, and here we sit today with that panel saying this isn't going to work. Start again. So do it right.
Exactly. So
I'm ready to vote. That's my final comment. I'm ready to vote.
If I can say something.
You want to do a roll call?
Commissioner Tudor wants to speak. Mayor.
Commissioner Tudor?
Yeah, real quick. it seems like we're throwing out some different ideas here. I don't know if it would be more prudent to have the discussion with Waste Pro to extend the contract, which they seem open to that, and have the administration come back with to the commission with a plan about if we outsource, this is going to be the cost of outsourcing. If we do it in-house, this is the plan. This is how we're going to do it. This will be the team. This is how everything will take place. I think if we have those two pieces of information, I think the commission can make a much better educated decision.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, Dan
And our
Keyes.
resident expert is.
We have Dan Keyes and we have
Yes.
Paul Winklejohn here. I'm gonna mute both
Yay.
and they can see something. And by the way, I want to make sure that everybody understands, Caesar, the assistant manager of Public Works, he has plenty of experience. He was since the first the contract in 2014, so he's perfectly capable to help us.
Hi, Dan.
Hi, Dan
Hi.
Keyes.
All right.
Oh, you are muted too.
Thank you. I'm here.
Okay.
Did you hear my motion, Dan?
No.
Okay, my motion was to start fresh with the RFP and ask you and Paul and Caesar to rewrite the RFP for the waste pile.
And Dan, there was then a long discussion about the fact that you recommended that we get a professional to help us do that in an email that we all received today.
That's correct. That and a week ago, I sent that email.
Yeah.
You know, there is a period of time that I will not be available, coming in a few weeks, and you know, I don't know if I can follow through with that process. It's not an easy process that you're talking about, you know, and frankly, I was able to discern a lot of issues with our current RFP, but that doesn't mean that I know the state of the industry today. I've been retired for 7 years, but not only that, there are things that could be discussed as to the type of services that we ask for. That would take require a process of discussion with the commission. You know, I'm willing to help with the process, but I'm frankly not willing to rewrite your RFP for you. You know, I think, and to a good extent, that's because of my lack of availability in a few weeks.
Okay, I got that.
You know, I can offer commentary to people, and you know, if you have a staff person that can take a document from scratch and work it out, you know, I'm willing to help, but to say that I want to be responsible for the entire process, I don't.
Well, I saw that you and Paul and Caesar all agreed, so I thought that was a good basis.
Yeah, but you didn't think, frankly, Mayor, but you didn't think that the advice that I gave you a couple weeks ago.
But I told you, I spoke to a whole bunch of the mayors, and they all thought you could just look up any other contract from any other neighborhood or village or town and work off that instead of hiring a consultant. That they all.
Well, and as I said, you're a new village manager may certainly be able to do that. And, you know, and that's where I think it ought to come from, because that person, frankly, ought to maybe want to based on their experience, make some recommendations as to the type of service delivery that Biscayne Park gets. At least have those discussions, okay? And you're talking about developing something that's going to take you 5 years to 10 years into the future. And, you know, the people of Biscayne Park kind of deserve an opportunity to hear what's possible and maybe more desirable to them than what we have right now. Okay.
Okay, Madam Mayor, can we take a vote? I think after hearing from Dan Case, we should take a vote.
Well, okay, let me just
I'm sorry.
amend it that we're going to
Mayor,
vacate the RFP.
Can we hear from Paul Winklejohn and if you have something to say,
Oh,
please?
Paul, yeah, Paul, are you on?
I don't really want to discuss any details of the bid process. I don't want to put the village at any risk. Everything in front of you is the right information, and you should make a decision.
Okay, thank you.
I think we should vote on the motion.
Okay.
I'd
Roseanne?
like to change your motion, Madam Mayor?
Well, I think we have to have more of a discussion of how it's going to get written, but at this point, I think we should take the recommendation from our committee to vacate our present RFP. Roseanne?
Well, that's a different motion than you just made. So you're going to have to pull your first motion and make a separate one, I guess.
Roseanne, you have your hand up. You wanted
I was going to say that if you're going to look for a professional or for another person or another panel to work on that,
right?
Just give me some time so I can look on the options that we have out there.
Okay, but I'll amend my motion to just vacate the RFP.
Can we just call a vote on the motion and start fresh?
Okay.
Exactly. I think that's better. Let's just vote on what was already out in front of us. We discussed it, and then take another crack at something else. It's getting very confusing.
Well, the motion includes asking Dan and Paul and Caesar to rewrite.
Right.
Okay, yeah, okay,
So let's vote on that and then see where it leads us.
Okay, Roseanne, call the roll.
Okay. Mayor Hawkins?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kennedy?
No.
Commissioner Ross?
No.
Commissioner Samaria?
No.
Commissioner Tudor?
No.
No.
I'd like to make a motion now to have it where we go out and get a professional to rewrite the.
We need to first reject all of these bids. We need to close this RFP by rejecting all the bids.
Okay, and then we have to reopen it again, right? Commissioner Ross?
Then we can take the next step.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay,
Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, I'll second it.
Do what?
Oh, I'm sorry. To give it.
Vacate
Vacate the 3 bids that we already have, yes.
We just take a voice vote?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Mac, you're muted. Mac, you're muted. I can't hear you.
Sorry about that. I'd like to make a motion that we instruct the clerk to negotiate with Waste Pro to extend our contract 60 days beyond the current deadline.
I'll second that.
Expiration date, rather, and have her come back at the November meeting, come back with some options for us for outside firms that could help us with an RFP. Give her a month to do some, it's a little more than a month actually, to do some investigations and see who she can come back and recommend to us.
I'll second that.
Did you mention 60 days, you said?
6 months.
6 months.
To extend it 6 months, you said?
Yes.
This is a process. We're going to go through a process here. We're back to square one.
I'll second that motion.
Will already did.
Yeah.
Good.
You need a vote?
All in favor of
Oh.
Roseanne negotiating with Waste Pro for 6 months? Say aye.
Do we know if Waste Pro is even going to want to agree with that first?
They
They've already said they're going to sit down for a discussion, Commissioner Samaria. So
I'd like to, but we didn't vote yet, did we? No, we did not. I'd like to amend my motion, please. I want to amend it to include, and that Roseanne will specifically request that Waste Pro not increase our fee during that extended period.
Okay.
Okay, I second that.
all in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, Roseanne, that passed.
So let me recap here. I'm sorry, it's being confused. The first motion was to start fresh. And everybody agreed, 5-0?
Commissioner Ross didn't agree.
4-1.
I'm sorry?
It was 4-1. Commissioner Ross didn't agree.
I think the motion was to reject all the bids.
Yes, to reject all the bids.
I think that was unanimous.
No.
No.
Commissioner Ross said no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And the third motion is to negotiate with Waste Pro 6 months of extension of contract with no increase on the rate. And that's 5-0.
Yes.
Can I get a point of clarification? 6 months from today, 6 months from the December 30th.
We have one extension till December already.
So you're talking 6 months from that point.
6 months beyond that point. 6 months from the current expiration date. So it'll be the end of June is what it will be.
Yes.
And part of my motion was also that to instruct Roseanne to come back to us at the November, or come back to the commission at the November meeting, hopefully having found some people to help us with the RFP process.
Okay. All right.
Cool. Kicking the can down the street again, guys. Not good. Not good.
We get there. We get there.
Okay, did we vote on that yet?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
That was unanimous.
I'd like to make a motion that this commission discuss what they want to see for sanitation services before we direct anyone to do another RFP. We need to set what those services are going to be.
Very good idea.
That can be done.
And I could elaborate, but that's my motion.
And that could be done in November, right?
I think it maybe should be done when we meet a little later in this month. We have another meeting this month. I think it should be done at that time. So that when, okay, I guess I'm elaborating now. Challenge when I was looking at this RFP and trying to help John put it together was services or there were things in our contract before, like the recycling and the bonuses for recycling that just don't exist in the industry anymore. So it was hard to strike that balance between keeping the same service and, upgrading the request to what happens now in the industry. There are also things that we currently have in our service, like the side yard pickup for anybody who registers themselves for side yard pickup, that is unheard of in any other city, except maybe Indian Creek. I don't know. It's not in your run-of-the-mill cities. Not that we're run-of-the-mill, but that's an extraneous service that is expensive, and it costs the provider added time and money to provide that kind of service. we need to decide, are we going to continue to do that, or are we going to streamline that process so that we are in line with other cities? Our trash collection, our yard trash collection, we need to decide what is going to be the capacity. How are we going to allow them to pick it up? Will it have to be containerized? All of these things will fine tune what could be put in the RFP going out next. So it's a little tighter than what we have. So to get back to my motion, that we discuss this and we come to terms with ourselves. What are the services that we're going to ask to be provided by the RFP? And I'd like to discuss it at our next, there's a special meeting this month. I'd like to discuss it at that time.
That special meeting might change because of my vote that I'm trying to change.
Well, then why don't we just select another date for it? Look, guys, this solid waste issue has been going on for more than a year now. We've now just kicked the can down the road many more months. And we're not even sure that's going to happen because Roseanne's going to work with Tim here and hopefully come back to us and tell us that was all taken care of the way that we wanted to. And then we're going to start this process again. So I think Rox's idea is very good. She's basically suggesting that we sit down and agree to a list of all the things we want to be in this thing, what's in it now, things that haven't worked, and just come up with a list so when we do hire someone or whatever we do here, we can hand that document to them and say, here are all the things we want. Here's our wish list. Here's what we have to have. Here's what we want to have. I think we better do that or we're going to send someone else off on a wild goose chase.
Did we get a second on that motion yet?
I thought I seconded it. Okay. No, I'm sorry, I'll second it. If I didn't, I'll second it. But I'd like to add a date to that. If you want to amend your motion, pick a date and let's do it.
Commissioner Tudor has his hand up.
No, I'm.
Commissioner Tudor, I'm sorry.
No, this isn't to be called. I'm just got my hand up, leaning.
What?
It's been an exhausting meeting already so far, so I got to lean on something. I'm already at the magic 5:0 age, so.
Oh, okay. Oh, already, man. You old people, yeah. Okay, Commissioner Roseanne, do you want to take a vote on that? Are we getting a date, or are we going to leave it at this point for the 23rd?
I don't think we can include that on the 23rd. No, if we have that meeting, that's too much in one meeting. Rox, if you want to amend your motion and include a date, I'd be happy to back you up on that.
Well, we don't know if the 23rd is going to be voted down or not right now for the manager selection, right? We're still up in the air about that.
Yeah.
But so I don't think that this is going to be that complicated of a discussion. You know, there are maybe 7 points of service that we need to talk about and go yay or nay. I'm happy to kind of streamline it and put together a list if it's going to facilitate the discussion. I would still go for the 23rd.
Okay. Include that in your motion?
Sure.
Okay. I'll resecond it if it needs reseconded.
Roseanne, you want to call the roll on that?
Okay. So the motion is for the commission to discuss on what to include on the RFP, right? Right.
Correct.
Okay.
I have that discussion on the 23rd.
And on the October 23rd.
All right.
All right, Mayor Hoppy?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Commissioner Ross?
Yes.
Commissioner Tudor? I'm sorry, Commissioner Samari?
It'll be yes, but it's based upon 23rd because I do.
It's okay. It's okay.
But no, I have one that's going to be changing from a special commission meeting to a workshop, and a workshop you can't vote.
They'll be back.
We can do this at a workshop.
You can? Okay, that's what I'm asking. Okay, then okay. Yes.
Commissioner Tudor?
Yes.
Okay.
May I suggest that in order to streamline this even more, why don't each of the 5 of us send our list to Roseanne in advance of that meeting so she could organize them, put them together. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of commonality. And if she had that nice and organized for us, a document for us to all work from, where we could see each other's points in advance, that might make things even that much easier.
That was going to be my next request.
I'm reading your mind through the screen, Roseanne. So when would you like them by? Give us a deadline, Roseanne, so we can all get our homework done on time.
Okay. 1 week before that.
The 16th?
Yep.
Mayor?
Okay.
Mayor, I'm struggling with that recommendation. I don't know that you can share those thoughts with each other before the meeting.
Well, we can share them with Roseanne, and she can, at the meeting, she gives us the document, and then we work from it.
But it's gonna,
On the agenda, right?
yeah. If it's part of the agenda, I guess it'll be okay.
Yes, on the agenda. I'm going to combine and put on the agenda.
Okay, so you want them by 5 p.m. on Friday, the 16th?
Well, if it's in the morning or the 16th, I appreciate. So
Give us a time. Deadline should have dates and times on them. Give us a time.
All right, on the morning of the 16th, October 16th.
Morning means 9 a.m., 10 a.m. to give us a time.
Before 12 is morning.
12.
Let's say 12 noon.
Yep.
12 noon on Friday, October 16th.
Okay.
Got it. Everyone get their homework done.
If I could suggest, just as we think about these things that we want in the RFP, it might serve us to think about some of the elements as alternate pricing. Like, for instance, if we wanted to have gas trucks, if we want to encourage gas trucks, we might consider, let's have alternate price, give us an alternate price for that element. And then we could decide whether we reach that goal or not. So it's not part of the base price.
Okay.
Okay, next item. Can we have a motion for the consent agenda?
I'm sorry, before we pass on the solid waste thing, I have one other question because it came up earlier and I was happy to hear it come back up. And I'd like to just really quickly ask a question. Will, you brought up the fact that we were supposed to be looking at an in-house option again. And that was something we had tasked the last interim manager with, and he didn't get that done for us. But I thought I heard you a couple of months ago say that you had been working on something. I don't know if it was by yourself or with David, but I thought you had already looked into some options and had pricing on leases versus buying trucks. It sounded like you were kind of partway down that road already.
Yeah, what I have, and I've provided it to the administration. I just created a simple schedule, and it basically is a breakdown of the cost of equipment, dumping, tipping fees, estimated salaries for employees, because it varies on the number of employees. I have all that. It just needs the administration and to basically look at it and kind of make sure that the numbers I have on the salary components match up or seem consistent or realistic. But we have options. I have options on there for 3 different vehicles: rear loading, automatic rear loading, and automatic side loading. So it's pretty, I would say probably it's 90, I would probably say 90 to 95% complete.
Okay, well, that's very exciting to hear. Can I ask Ed a question about that? Ed, if we are successful at extending the Waste Pro contract and Roseanne comes back to us with some options for people to write this RFP and we put it out there and we have a village manager who is on board at some point and we give him what Will has worked on and they tighten it up, are they allowed to then, during an RFP process, also show that to us?
Ed?
For consideration alongside? Ed, are you there?
He's trying to think.
Yeah,
Oh, he's thinking. Okay, I'm sorry.
You're talking to me?
No.
No, to
No,
Ed.
Ed Dion.
Okay, wrong Ben.
Because I would like to see that
I
option.
don't, well, I know. But I think you guys need to make a decision whether, you want to discuss that first before the RFP goes out, or you want the RFP to go out.
Okay.
And so that would be my recommendation is if you want to have that discussion, let's have that discussion.
Okay.
Before anybody sends out another RFP, because once that's out there and, Mr. Bowers is sitting there and he's going, I don't want to keep sending out responses because
Yeah.
those are expensive to do.
Yeah.
And then you folks decide you're going to go another way, and
Understood.
other providers will feel the same way.
Okay, that's fair. So I don't know if it's appropriate. This is kind of awkward. Am I allowed to ask Will to bring that to us? Will, I would really like to see it. Can you bring it to the November meeting? Now, here's the problem. Will and I may, one or both of us may not be commissioners at the next regular meeting. So this thing exists somewhere in the administration. I think some commission, whoever that is in November, this is something they might want to take a look at. It's not, if Will got it 90, 95% of the way done, I think it's something we should be looking at so we can at least know that we looked at all the options thoroughly. I will tell you this, there are a lot of residents that request that for me. Why can't we go back to that option? There are plenty who don't. Trust me, I hear both. You know, there are some who are happy with the way it is, and some who are happy if we tweak some things about it, and then there are some that want to go back. So I would like
there's a provision on the agenda to request placement of items on the next meeting agenda.
Okay.
That would seem to be an appropriate place to ask the administration to bring that information forward.
Okay. Well, I'll let Will do that. It's his thing, but I'm just saying I'd love to see it. If I'm a commissioner in November, I'd love to see this thing.
Yeah, and I'll speak to Roseanne and make sure that's on the November agenda.
Okay.
But it will give, I think it will give, it's finally what we need to at least have the discussion for residents to have the discussion, because there will be actual numbers there. And that's something that, you know, we haven't had in the past.
Works for me. Thank you, Will.
Thank you, Bill.
You're welcome.
Okay, moving forward, we need a motion for the consent agenda, which includes item 10B also.
Make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as amended, which includes item 10B, but removes the minutes of the second budget hearing on 9/29 and minutes of the special commission meeting on 9/29, was it, Matt?
Actually, I'll read them off if you'd like me to.
Please.
The September 8th first budget hearing, the September 29th special commission meeting, the code compliance meeting of September 22nd.
I'm sorry. He spoke. I know he spoke
September 8th?
a little fast.
Okay, I'm sorry, I talked fast. September 8th first budget hearing.
Okay, that's
September-
that's
September-
they have the
Change, budget change, yep. September 29th special commission meeting,
okay.
and code compliance September 22nd. Roseanne, I will copy my notes here and send them to you in an email right now.
Thank
so you have.
you. But I
Roseanne, in the middle of my motion, I just wanted to wrap that up. There's one more. The second budget hearing of September 29th has an incorrect vote noted on it, and I'll send you that detail. So I'll start again. I make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the addition of 10B, the foundation appointee, and removing special commission meeting September 8, second budget hearing September 29, first budget hearing September 8,
yes, it's first.
and the code compliance board's September 22 minutes.
I'll second it.
So Commissioner Ross, you said that to remove the second budget hearing also, 9/29.
Correct. The second budget hearing notes an incorrect vote.
Can you?
It says that everyone approved the millage on ordinance 2020-04, and there was a one no vote for the millage that needed to be registered.
Yes, that was Commissioner Samaria. Yes.
Okay, you're right, absolutely right, yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Ross.
We have a motion. We had a motion by Commissioner Royce.
And I seconded it.
Second on that,
Yes, I had a second.
on the consent agenda.
Yes.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay, we go to resolution 2020-56. Would you like to read that, Ed?
Thank you, Mayor. Resolution number 2020-56, a resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, ratifying the selection, appointment, and term of office of a board member to the Planning and Zoning Board, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I believe we need a roll call on this, but I would have a question that after the vote, if you would call Roseanne, the person who doesn't get on, to see if they'll be our alternate. Even though the alternate doesn't sit in with someone who can't make it, the alternate can only sit in if somebody leaves that board.
I'm not certain that's correct. No,
No, it's
if
not
someone
correct.
doesn't show up, they can sit it. As
They
a
can
matter of
sit
fact,
in.
they can be at every meeting, but they don't get to vote unless someone's not there and they're
Correct.
officially filling in.
Correct. Correct.
So I think we can just vote, and the number one choice becomes the appointee, and number two becomes the alternate, assuming they'll do it. I'm sure they will, but they will both serve.
Roseanne?
I had the explanation for the previous attorney that the alternate only sits when the member resign or leave the board altogether.
I don't think that's correct. Where do we read that?
No, it was an opinion from the attorney.
The present attorney or
Yes,
our former attorney?
Attorney. Not that the present, I'm sorry, the previous attorney. John
Yes,
Henry.
but that's not correct.
Okay.
That's not correct.
Do you have an opinion on that, Ed, or?
You're muted, Ed.
I'm trying to look it up as we're speaking here.
I do hope it's right that, I mean, that
No.
alternate can fill in for anybody that's not there, because it just, to me, didn't make it.
Especially considering we've done it for years.
And that repeat, Commissioner Ross, if you record, that repeat also on the Charter Review Board. The previous attorney, Rebecca Rodriguez, she said that also, that the alternate will sit there, but only vote and sit if someone resigns or leaves, right?
Not, well, I was there, I watched the video of that meeting. No, I might have been there. I was actually on the board at the time because I wasn't on commission. And that attorney refused to let the alternate participate in any of the discussion, and forced him to sit out in the audience. I had never seen that happen before at a committee meeting in the 15 years that I've been, paying attention to these things.
Okay.
But because this is a quasi-judicial board, it might be a little bit different, but I know that I have seen the P&Z board and the code board have the alternate sit, participate in discussion, and not vote unless one of the 5 voting members isn't there.
That's right. That's right.
That makes so much more sense, but the other didn't make any sense. But anyhow, can you call a roll?
Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we appoint one of them, but we need
okay.
to do.
Do we need a motion or do we just vote?
On who we prefer.
Okay, let's vote, and then on the name, and then the motion to approve the resolution with the name. Correct?
I may, before we do that, Ed, are you there? I don't see you.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, you.
Okay, I think I may need to disclose something because I did something that I assumed I thought was okay, and then I thought about it and I thought, oh geez, maybe I stepped over my bounds. But I will disclose to everyone that interview is kind of an odd word to use, but I met with both of the applicants for this board and discussed the position with them. and their interest in serving and all of that good stuff before this meeting.
Is that proper, Ed?
No, that's not a problem. The cone of silence only applies to competitive bidding situations. For this type of deal, you know, it's probably doing your due diligence, and it's not prohibited.
Okay.
It's not prohibited. So
Okay.
I think
That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure.
Commissioner Ross had asked me the same thing. Was I consistent in my, Commissioner Ross, was I consistent?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so just so everyone knows, I spoke with Edward and Alex both several times.
Can I
communicate with them by email?
I just did a real cursory review here, and I don't see anything in your code that talks about alternates. And neither in the planning board or in general, it just doesn't have anything about alternates. So
Doesn't require, right?
So I don't know. I don't know how it's been done in the past, but it probably has not been
right
according to your code.
Right.
So then our alternate will be.
Then again, and you know, please give me an opportunity to review it after the meeting, and I'll send something out, you know, explaining that. I mean, for tonight, you know, if you want to go ahead and do it as an alternate, we can do that, subject to the opinion of whether that's acceptable or not.
Right.
I think that's a good idea.
I agree with that.
Okay, call the roll, Roseanne.
Okay, Mayor Hart.
So,
Edward Levia, I don't know if I'm saying that right.
Okay.
Leva, yes. Very close.
Okay. Vice Mayor Kennedy.
I'll vote for Alex Bernhard, but I want to share my appreciation to both of the gentlemen for offering their services, and I really hope the second person does get to serve as an alternate.
Okay. Commissioner Ross.
They're both very good candidates. I vote for Alex.
Alex Bernhard. Okay. Commissioner Samari.
I vote for Edward.
Commissioner.
Uh-oh. Will.
Do I get the dun noise?
You get a drum roll.
I got all the pressures on me.
Yeah.
I vote for Edward Leva.
Okay, so we have.
Did the mayor vote?
Yes.
Oh.
She did, yeah.
The first one.
Congratulations, Edward, and thank you for being willing to help us out.
And Roseanne, you'll ask Alex Bernhard if he would like to be the alternate.
Okay.
He would serve as the alternate, whatever the alternate means, but hopefully it's the logical one that he sits in on somebody that's absent for whatever.
Can we have a motion to approve the resolution, please?
I make a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to. Go ahead.
Deputy Mayor made the motion.
I make a motion to approve resolution 2020-56, selection of board member to planning and zoning board.
Have a second?
Yes.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Subject to.
Aye.
Everyone in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, Ed, resolution 2020-58, approving rules of procedure for hybrid, where you were going to discuss again the legality of what our governor says. But you're muted. Oh. Okay.
A resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, adopting rules of procedure for hybrid meetings of the Village Commission and village boards that take place during the pendency of the state of emergency due to the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic. Mayor and Commissioners, as you know, early on in the pandemic, the governor issued an executive order which permitted us to have meetings like we're having right now, virtually, where a majority of the board or the commission does not have to be physically present. He's extended that order until November the 1st. So the purpose of this is to adopt new procedures where we're going to do a hybrid, whereby a majority of the commission will be present in the room but everybody else, including the public, will participate by Zoom as we're doing right now. And I know that Linda raised the issue earlier about swearing in. That's on page 3 of the procedures that are attached to the resolution. And we will make the change to the village clerk or the chairperson.
Commissioner Kennedy, that's yours going off. Okay, it's.
Okay.
Just sitting here.
But I don't know why, but it lights up. Okay, I'm sorry, Ed, go ahead.
No, that's pretty much it. This is the new procedure that we're going to use. So, unfortunately, 3 of you are going to have to be in the same room, socially distanced, I hope, and everybody else will participate by Zoom.
Well, we had worked out a procedure when the governor changed, and since Dan and I are both in Village Hall, we would need one more commissioner to be here. Meeting in the log cabin would be really not feasible because we would all be in the same room and the sound would be horrible, just like we have to close the doors here so that we can't hear each other. So we had worked that out.
Do we need a motion so we can discuss this?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I make a motion.
I'll make them go for it. Let's move this along.
Yeah, I make a motion to discuss this.
Okay.
Let me, Mayor, let me clarify.
I'll second it. Yeah, go ahead.
Whether it's in Village Hall or the log cabin, the 3 of you need to be in the same room at the same time.
Same building.
Oh,
Same room.
Same room, he said.
No.
Same room.
The door closed in this office, and Roseanne can't have the door. Oh my.
The 3 of you have to be present as if we were holding a regular meeting in Village Hall or in the log cabin.
Wow.
So log cabin, can't we just separate 12 feet apart? It's in a log.
Yeah. Once again,
Said, but we can't be
the
behind.
3 of you have to be in the same room.
Same room, not separate room, not under the same roof.
We can't be. What?
The log cabin is a separate room. So.
No, log cabin, no. The log cabin is the same room.
It's the same room, right? So it should be done at the log cabin.
I don't know which one
spot you can do it.
Better on.
Or the rec center. The rec center has one big room in the back. The rec center is a bigger space too, so. Well,
actually, the log cabin will hold 3 of us more than 6 feet apart.
Yes.
And it's really the sound that's so bad on it. Well, we'll work on that.
Caesar said he had a solution for that already for us. So if we're going to discuss this, I have a couple of things.
Go ahead.
May I?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Ed, I want to make sure I understand this. Per footnote number 1, will these rules pertain to meetings after the state of emergency is lifted, or is this only during the state of emergency?
Only during the state of emergency. After that, you're going to have to meet regularly, and with the public involved.
Okay, I'm just clarifying that, because that would mean if there was a state of emergency, a county state of emergency, or a village state of emergency. If there's a state of emergency in effect, then that's when these rules apply. And when there are no states of emergency, then we go back to regular meeting protocol, which was the separate Zoom conversation that I brought up, but we won't discuss that now because that's a conversation for another day. That has nothing to do with this, okay? So this is a temporary stopgap thing. Okay, in section 2, and I'm not challenging you in any way on this, Ed, but in section 2, it says the attorney can change the rules. Is that a typical thing that's in something like this?
Yeah, you know what, this is evolving. And Valerie does this more often than I do, is that we meet with other city attorneys in Miami-Dade County, and every once in a while they'll come up with an idea that sounds like a really good idea. We would certainly bounce it back off of you folks. We would never do this unilaterally, but if someone comes up with a better idea, then we would recommend a change. If that
understood. Okay, very good. Okay, I would have concerns about some safety standards where the quorum is being held, because the quorum is 3 commissioners. I haven't heard discussion about if anyone else would be in that room, if the clerk will be in that room as well. So it's as few as 3 people in that one room, and I don't know if you're intending to put some other people in that space, but I would like just to make sure, and we don't have to discuss all the details now, that the village is completely addressing all the safety concerns for the people who are in that room, social distancing, plexiglass walls, masks, whatever is appropriate, and then some, I think should be done. That's just a comment we don't need to discuss. Mike, another question. The mayor, and I'm going to say mayor/chair, because these rules apply to board meetings as well. Does the mayor/chair need to be one of the people in the physical quorum? Ed?
No.
No. Okay, good. The quasi-judicial boards, there's language in there about all the attachments being visible to the public. Is that can that start before these hybrid meetings? Well, I guess these hybrid meetings are gonna start, so forget that part. But so all of the backups, all of these exhibits have to be posted on the agenda. Is that correct, Roseanne? Because they aren't now.
That's only for quasi-judicial proceedings.
Yeah.
Exactly. That would be the Planning and Zoning Board and the Code Compliance Board, and all of those backup documents are not currently part of the agenda. So does that mean all of those exhibits would have to be included?
That's my.
Well, whatever exhibits are going to be considered by those boards, the answer is yes.
Okay, because we don't do that now. So we are Zooming Planning and Zoning and Code Compliance meetings now, and those exhibits are not on the backup. They never have been made public. I don't recall ever seeing on a P&Z meeting, for example, the backup documents for all the items that are on the agenda. But if that's going to be something that has to happen, I just want to make sure staff is aware of that, because that language is in here. And if we're going to start doing that, it probably wouldn't be a terrible idea to do it ongoing, even after we go back to regular meetings, assuming that Zoom becomes part of that as well. How are we going to determine who will make up the physical quorum?
That's between the 5 of you.
Okay, so we're going to have a discussion about that, I suppose. But if there are people who have concerns and don't want to be part of the quorum, then certainly we need to accommodate those people. But I think we need to figure out how that's going to work. If it's going to rotate, assuming this happens for a while, I don't know. It's just a concern that I had about how the quorum would be met. And then I had a note here about swearing in witnesses. We already discussed that. So those are my comments on the topic.
I have a question for you folks. If the Planning Commission doesn't have the exhibits, upon what do they base their decision?
They have them. They're just not available for the public to see.
The board members receive the complete agenda with all the backups. The board members only.
So then you don't.
But now it says that. But the language in here says that they'll be made visible to the public.
Commissioner Ross?
No.
Just get on this conversation.
It doesn't say that.
On this conversation about the board members, and I know Code has met a couple of times, as well as P&Z. Do the applicants have all of the documents that are presented to the board as well? So everyone is on the same page. So the code cases that come up, are those property owners also in possession of what is in the board's hands when they make a decision?
I have no idea. I've never been to any of your meetings. I don't have a clue of what the process is.
The last planning last night, yesterday, we did with 2 board members here at the Village Hall, and 2 are at large, but they are via Zoom. And what they do is the agenda with the items describing the address and what type of permit they're looking for. But the backups are sent only for the board members, and including the big plans. They have like 2 or 3 cases every meeting that they include like a big restoration or new construction. And lately we had to send those plans to be copied and bring in flash drivers for the board members to have a visual, to have access to those documents. But we can do, for them, we can do like a hybrid. They can be in a room and they can review the documents on the side with no problem. The backups for all the case on the agenda is like a quite large file. And to put on the agenda, the regular agenda that go public, it's going to be difficult because we have to do like a zip file or Dropbox most of the time.
No. I brought that up because if you look at, Ed, if you look at page 3 on the last section of this, the actual procedures, page 3 is quasi-judicial hearings.
Yep.
The second paragraph is entitled exhibits, and the last sentence reads, all exhibits will be posted online as is customary.
Okay.
So maybe you want to
that's-
strike that because it's not customary here.
Yeah. I understand. It is everywhere else, but you know, that's okay.
I think it should be here too, but I've always thought those things should be
I understand
available.
Roseanne's problems. When you're dealing with, you know, architectural plans and stuff like that, those things get very huge, you know, and it's going to cost the village a lot of money to try and get all of that stuff on there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, she does it already because she sends it to the P&Z board members in a packet. So they do get a digital copy of it. So it's already
Can I
done.
make a
She just
suggestion?
has to post it.
Can I make a suggestion that instead of, I mean, right now they get posted on the calendar, and she's trying to put as much of it as possible on there, but rather than post it on the calendar, why aren't we putting it in a Dropbox with a link on the calendar?
Exactly.
Not everybody have access to Dropbox, Commissioner Ross.
At least we're making it available to them.
Yeah. Even some board members, sometimes we have to work out because they, sometimes the device they are using are not appropriate for Dropbox, things like that. Code compliance is easy, you know, to
That's easier, yeah.
agenda, but planning is on is a little.
But the point is that you are creating digital copies of these documents anyway for the board members. It's just a matter of making them available to the public. And I think Rox's idea makes perfect sense. Just put a link on the agenda to a Dropbox and they can access it. And if people don't have access to it, I mean, at least we're making it available to them. We're not accountable for everyone having their technology. If they didn't have a telephone, we wouldn't be held accountable for that either. Or a computer to attend the meeting virtually, we wouldn't be held accountable for that either. So.
Okay, if I can say, I want you to know that we really don't know what DeSantis will do. He might change his mind again. Nobody thought he was going to do that. That all the mayors of Miami-Dade, including Carlos Jimenez, was very upset about about the government.
I bet.
I think we were all shocked, right, Ed?
I think though that what we're trying to accomplish is it's much more convenient for the public to participate by Zoom than by driving to or walking to the log cabin or wherever they have to go. So we're trying to maintain that convenience by meeting the requirements of a physical forum. So if there's
and this is a
there,
temporary thing for now.
well, yeah, and again, you know, if we want to take out as is customary, we can certainly do that. Whatever the will of the commission is.
I just didn't want us to. I brought it up. I read it, and I didn't want us to trip over that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll take as is customary out.
Okay, we've finished with that subject?
So did we approve?
So we need to vote.
One last comment, and I'm pretty sure Roseanne's probably going to do this already, but these are going to be on all of the agendas for the quasi-judicial boards.
You're going to be what? I'm sorry.
I didn't hear that either.
They'll be included on the agenda of the quasi judicial boards and of the notice that goes out for participants to know 5 days in advance they have to get their exhibits and everything in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
We want to make sure that all the participants, you know, the property owners know what they're supposed to be doing.
Okay.
Okay, can we take a voice vote on that? Everybody approve of 2020-15?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
With the change, no.
Right.
But there was a change. We need to make sure we note that there was a change he's making.
Right.
Okay. Old business, I think that's you. Commissioner Samaria, you wanted a little bit.
I gotta have Commissioner Ross talk about it because it's both sponsored by us. This is our item in reference. Oh, wait a minute.
No, I'm talking about your
Oh, okay, yes.
motion that you said you wanted to do.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's old business. I want to revise my vote at the last commission meeting regarding scheduled meeting for the manager selection on October 23rd. I was under the impression and to believe that it would have been a workshop, not a special meeting. So I want to change my vote from yes to no. And then, because I know if they approve the no, that means the meeting doesn't exist on the 23rd. I would want to make a motion to still have the meeting on the 23rd, but as a workshop.
Okay, I'll second that.
Can we make that two separate motions, please?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes. Okay, the first one is to revise my vote from yes to no.
Okay, and
Can someone remind me what the vote, can someone remind us what the motion was and what the vote was, please?
Yes, Madam Clerk, you can
It
do
was
it.
to have a date certain.
On the 23rd was supposed to be the managers.
Discuss the candidates.
That is
One person talk at a time, please.
Sorry. Okay, what it was, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Ross, it was to have at this commission meeting was supposed to be on the 23rd to be a work, special meeting. Yeah, special commission meeting, not a workshop. I was under the impression that it would be a workshop and not a special commission, because special commission meeting, you can vote, workshop, you can't.
Okay, well, I want to hear what the vote was. Before we do that though, Dan, I would be remiss if I didn't say this to you directly. You were absolutely 100% clear. We had a big, long conversation about it, and several of us made you abundantly clear on what it was. If you got confused on what you were voting on, that's on you. So
please don't be disrespectful.
It was clear. I'm not being disrespectful, Dan. I'm reminding you that we had this conversation, and it was very abundantly clear that it was a special meeting. So now, Roseanne, what was the vote on that, please?
3-2.
Yes, the vote that was 3-2 to have the meeting on October 23rd. And it's exactly the one that, unfortunately, I remember typing that, but I didn't stay on the minutes that you request me that is missing on the minutes of 9/29.
Okay, so how do we change the vote now? He wants to change it. What do we do? Vote again?
Vote again. We vote on his motion to withdraw his 23rd. How do we do that, Ed?
Well, the first motion is to permit him to change his vote.
Right.
And then after that, then we can
And we'll
figure
do
out
this
what we're going to do.
Okay.
So-
Roseanne, you want to call the roll to permit?
Can we talk about it first?
Sure. Go
So
ahead.
from what I understand, the motion is to permit the vote to be reversed.
Yeah.
I'd like to understand why, what is the significance of changing it? Dan, what do you understand the significance of changing it from a workshop to?
To be able to have, when the applications come in, to discuss it. That's not to, this is not to have where we're going to be making a vote on lowering and picking three city managers and so on, because during that motion, it was jumping all over the place. Everybody kept on talking and was making different kind of motions. And I want to make it perfectly clear what my vote is. My vote is that we have it as a workshop to where we can look at all the applications when they come back from the background check and so on, and we discuss it, and then we go forward on how we want to lower kind of people.
Dan, if I
want it
could
to
ask
answer
you,
for them.
sorry to interrupt. If I could ask you, Dan, please, what exactly is the purpose of our discussing all of the candidates?
I don't want the candidates
Set up,
picked.
if you let me finish,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
what is the purpose of discussing all of the candidates if the next step that you're proposing is that we just set up interviews with everybody? What is there about? We review the materials that are given to us, and if you want to interview everybody without eliminating or without pulling anyone out of the list, what do we have to talk about?
My whole purpose was that I wanted to interview all 10 of the candidates that the board has recommended. I don't want to have it where the commission decides at this 23rd to put it down to 4 members, and only those 4 members will be interviewed. That's not the way I want it. That was not my intention for that to be.
So go ahead, Ross. Ross, go ahead, finish.
Yeah, I'm still trying to understand, what do we need to discuss if we're going to have materials, packages presented to us, and we get the opportunity to review them? The next step that you're proposing, Dan, is that we set interviews for everybody that's still a viable candidate because they haven't dropped out or gotten a job somewhere else. What do we need to discuss?
We can discuss
the purpose. I could see a purpose in the meeting if we were going to discuss it and say, okay, let's eliminate these candidates and move forward with a smaller group. But if we're not going to take that step, then I don't see that there is anything for us to talk about.
Then why have the meeting at all? Dan, let me tag on to that. Dan, you understand that if it's a workshop, we can't decide anything then. That means we would come and we would have their background checks with us. We would have their resumes and their applications, and we would talk about 10 people. And at the end of that, we would just say, good night, everybody. We couldn't even at the end of it say, now let's interview them all. So what you're suggesting that you want to do, we wouldn't even be able to do that. It's a workshop. We just talk and we say good night and close the Zoom meeting. So we wouldn't be able to make any decision, anything. It sounds like you have some great, you have some grave concern that something nefarious is going to happen here and that will actually make progress on this task that's before us. And you seem to want one specific thing to happen, and that is interview everybody. If it's a workshop, Dan, we can't even determine that. You can, at the end of that workshop, you cannot say, I make a motion that we interview them all. You can't do that. So then what is the purpose of having that meeting, and what are we doing here? Do you realize how many of the problems that we have had just tonight at this meeting, let alone all the other meetings for the past 8 months since I became a commissioner, are rooted in the fact that we have no village manager? That is the fundamental root cause of so many of our problems. And we're all hired by the residents of this village to run this place, and we have a couple of big ticket items: hire a manager, hire an attorney, pass a budget, and then a whole bunch of other stuff. If we don't do that, I'm talking, if we don't do that, we're not going to make progress on any of those other things. And you just heard 2 of the candidates for commission. You want to wait for this next commission to come in. Well, 2 of them are in this meeting. I don't know if they're both still here. I see Art. I don't know if Judy's here. But 2 of them spoke at public comment and said, don't wait for me. Hire someone already, for God's sake. 3 of them did. I'm sorry. Fred was here too. So there are 6 candidates. Will and I are both here. There's 2. 3 showed up tonight and said, don't wait for me. Get the job done, people. You were hired to do this. Get to work. William Abreu, I don't know where he is, but he's not here. But the point is that I'm still talking, Dan. And those candidates had a voice in the matter. They gave us the list that we're considering, Dan. So back to your problem about this being a workshop than a meeting, then there's no purpose to even have a discussion. I'd really rather not spend 5 hours of my Friday night talking about something that will have 0 resolution, 0. And the only thing that could possibly come out of it is that we waste more time and more of those candidates find jobs or watch that workshop online and say, oh, these people are nuts. I'm not working for them. We're going to mess this up, Dan. We're going to mess this up. Well, I think we already lost one candidate. I think we already lost one. Sunny Isles Beach hired one of our candidates, I think. And I promise you, other ones are going to drop out. They're finding jobs every day. We have a job to do. Art, Fred, and Judy sat here and said, do your job. Let's do our job.
That's not, Madam Mayor, point of order. That's not, the item that you're talking about, we can talk about, that's what I was going to talk about later on. I have a motion about changing my vote that I want on for the record. That's what this is about, in case you haven't. And the problem that we have, Commissioner Kennedy, is because during meetings, you go into different motions that you put up, and other commissioners, and part of it is the mayor's fault, because it's not, this meeting is not run where we're allowing people to speak when they want to speak. I was confused by some of the votes because it was jumping all over the place.
Okay, let's call the motion.
You can vote it down if you want to. That's my motion, is to change my vote. That's what we're motion. Then we're going to make another.
And your vote, changing your vote is going to create an avalanche of these other things happening and moving us backwards.
Well, then you must think that I have 3 votes.
Okay, call the motion.
What, can you read the motion again, please? I want to make sure I vote properly. This is so absurd.
Roseanne?
I'm sorry?
Motion?
Read the motion, please.
I want to revise my vote at the last commission meeting regarding scheduled meeting for city manager on October 23rd.
Okay, because you got confused at the meeting. I understand. Okay. Okay. I understand.
This is the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Mayor Halpin?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kennedy?
I'm sorry you got confused, Dan. My answer is no.
Commissioner Ross?
No.
Commissioner Samaria?
Yes.
Commissioner Tudor?
I don't like it, but I do understand that outside of this situation, we have to understand that commissioners have a right to be able to come back to the commission if they believe that they don't feel comfortable with their vote. I don't want to take that right away from another commissioner, so I have to vote yes.
Motion passed 3-2.
So what's next?
I'd like to make a motion to still have the October 23rd meeting, but just have it as a workshop to discuss what we're going to be having. We don't even know, and the clerk can, well, I mean, that's my motion, then I'll give my reasons.
Sir, a second?
A second.
Somebody's
got a radio on or something?
There's something on the Vice Mayor Kennedy. It's coming from your phone.
Coming from you. Yes.
Okay.
Dan has the TV on in the other room. Could you turn the TV down a little bit, please? Sorry about that.
All right. So
It's his birthday. Cut on some slack. He's 50. He's hard of hearing now. It's official today.
Happy birthday.
Madam Mayor, question for the clerk. Are we expecting to get the results from the background checks and all the applications by the 23rd? Because if we're not, we could still have the discussion.
I cannot say because it's not up to me. Once we give the company to do the background check, I'm sorry, Commissioner Samaria, I don't have control over that.
So if we don't have the response from all the applications in the background, then how can we vote? Can't vote.
We can vote right now if we wanted to.
If
Well,
I
don't push me
may,
to pick a city
through the
manager,
mayor,
I'll vote for now.
if I may, through the mayor, we all received an email from the clerk today, which in it, all the way through, there was an exchange with the investigator who's doing the work. And she seems to indicate that she could have the packet back to the commission or to the clerk, that she could have the deliverables back by October 12th. which is a week from, which is next.
Monday. It's a week from yesterday.
Yeah, it's next week actually. So we set I picked the 23rd because I felt that it was far out enough. So
I thought
it
I
have
thought it
time
was the
to really
26th.
do the
Excuse me,
situation.
madam, I thought it was
Roseanne?
the 26th, because I told you I couldn't make the 23rd.
Roseanne?
23rd.
The other way around, I thought.
Yeah, it was.
Roseanne?
I clarified with the person of the company that what we need from the commission asked to put a deadline for the candidates to reply with the forms that they want to, that she wants to have it to start the process of the background check. And then she understood that was that. So she's not she's not going to hurry up and get any background check. She knows that she have time. It's until the October 7 is the deadline that she's going to receive the replies from the candidates.
The candidates, right. They have
Okay, I also questioned that email exchange today. Roseanne and I had a little back and forth about that because the wording was rather ambiguous. I read the same thing that Rox did, where she said the packets would be back on Monday, and I assumed that meant the background checks would be done, because what we instructed Roseanne to do was to immediately contact all the applicants and advise them of the salary of this, what's budgeted for the salary, not that the salary is $100,000, to advise them that the approved budget for the salary is $100,000. Two very different concepts, salary and budgeted salary. We asked Roseanne to do that and to also make sure they were still interested in moving forward in the process, and that was supposed to be done by the 7th, because Roseanne indicated that only 3 of them had applications to fill out. That was already supposed to be done for tomorrow and immediately sent to these people. What I read that woman's email to be was that she would get this stuff back. Roseanne, I responded to your last email, did not hear back from you, and I asked you a very clear question, and that is, did you ask her when she will get them back? And I didn't get an answer from you. So have you asked her when they'll be done or given her a deadline when they should be done?
That I don't know, because I clarified with her that we need the commission asked to have the replies to the candidate by October 7. And she was going to put the question of the if they still interested, and she's going to request the form for them to fill up, because it's their form. It's an official form that she's going to ask the candidate to fill up and to reply. So at this point—
Has anyone contacted these people since our last meeting?
Can I finish, please? At this point, I'm just letting her do her job. That's on my—
Okay, but we asked you to let them know those 2 things. We didn't ask you to have someone else do it. And I hate to sound snarky, but that was our instruction to you. But my question is, Roseanne, has anyone been in contact with these applicants in any way since our last meeting when we had this discussion and decided what we were doing?
No, that person for that company—
So you're telling me, what was the date of that meeting? When did we have that conversation?
September 29th.
Anyone? So you're telling me that was September 29th, and today is October 6th. And in that period of time, no one has contacted these applicants to even let them know we're interested in them, let alone provide the budgeted salary and to find out if they're still interested in this process. I find that unconscionable that period of time, knowing, I'm talking here, and I'm a little upset by this. I find it unconscionable that given the current state of this village, and the root problem is the fact that we don't have a manager, that many days have gone by, and you're telling me no one's even contacted these people?
Vice Mayor, you are telling that no one contacted these people. I'm telling—
What?
I'm saying that I gave that person to do that job, and I'm letting her do her job.
Okay, well, it's been a week and no one's done the job. And we need a manager running this village, and no one's even contacted these people.
It's you.
You wonder why they're taking jobs somewhere else.
Vice Mayor, it's you who are saying that no one has done the job. You don't know.
I just asked you, and you said no one's contacted them.
No, I didn't say that.
She said she didn't
I
contact.
just asked you.
I let the person
I said,
do the job.
They have.
I just asked the question. I just asked the question, has anyone been in contact with these applicants since the 29th? And the answer was no. I'll ask again.
Repeatedly, I don't know.
Commissioner Tudor?
I think part of the confusion is we're operating underneath two different assumptions. After the last meeting, what was agreed upon was that Roseanne would reach out to this person doing the background checks. This person would then reach out to the applicants to find out if, first of all, they're still interested, also to let them know about the salaries, get back some forms so that, please, I see people shaking their heads, but that was what was agreed upon. To get back and forms from them so that we can initiate the background checks. Even if that was all done, I'm telling you right now, and I said it's the last meeting, that 23rd date that y'all want is unrealistic to have back all the background checks for these candidates. It's going to take.
Oh, well, Will, I'll agree with you now, considering a week's gone by and no one's even picked up the phone and called them.
Even if you did it a week ago, you're still looking at a background check, a thorough background check, taking possibly 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks. You can ask the chief. The chief has experience with background checks. We're assuming.
Roseanne said 7 to 10 days.
Excuse me, Vice Mayor Kennedy, as you like to tell people, I'm speaking, so please don't interrupt right now. Let me finish. I think what we need to, I think we're making assumptions based on the fact, based on what we think should happen, where we have no experience. Let's hear what I would like to hear maybe from the chief, who, as chief of police, has conducted plenty of background checks in his career, about the time frame. But I'd like to get that information from him. But going back to what started this whole issue, what was agreed upon was that Roseanne was going to reach out to this firm, and they were going to be making contact with the applicants. That is my understanding. I did see her email. I was concerned by the email because if those from the email, it looked like the background packages were going to be complete Monday, which is completely unrealistic. And if that was true, they would not be thorough backgrounds. So I spoke to her. I reached out to her, and I got, adequate response to that.
Chief, would you have Commissioner Ross?
We're doing a lot of speculating. The email clearly says from the investigator that you could have the complete packets back by Monday the 12th. Even if it's not Monday the 12th, it could be Monday the 19th. We will still have enough time to meet on the 23rd and have all of these discussions. We're 15 minutes away from the end of our meeting and get something accomplished.
Chief?
Is there a motion on the floor?
I still don't understand why Commissioner Samaria wants to have a workshop to talk about something that we can't make a decision on. I don't get that at all. I think it's a complete waste of our time. I hope that we're not going to invite the attorney to that process, because it would be a complete waste of his time as well.
Is there a motion on the floor, Ginny?
I don't believe the motion was made yet, was it, Roseanne?
Then I make a motion that we extend the meeting.
Yes, we have a motion from.
We have a motion on the floor.
Okay.
Mayor.
You can make a motion to extend that. You still can extend the meeting.
Chief, do you want to speak?
Yeah, I want to help out Commissioner McDonald, because he really deserves a direct and fair answer, and so does Commissioner Ross. They're contacting the applicants, and they're finding out already, just so you know, who's interested and who's not. And then they will be forwarding to us a waiver that allows for them to do the complete background. The waiver that we provided, that the village got, is not applicable to the company directly. So they have to provide their own waiver. And once we sign that, then they're able to move forward. So they're in the process. I don't even know if I should even be discussing this, but I guess I noticed how upset you were, Commissioner Kennedy. You deserve an answer, you really do. They're in the process of getting those waivers, and they've already been from the fact they contacted me, they're contacting people to find out who's interested and who's not, sir.
Okay, so back to my point, a week has gone by. Okay, respectfully, a week has gone by and nothing, and these people haven't been contacted. It's just unbelievable to me that here we sit.
That's not what the chief.
I asked the question and she said no. Okay, I asked the question, she said no. I want to say something to what Will said here a moment ago. Roseanne's the one who told us it would take 7 to 10 days to get them done. So we scheduled that meeting on the 23rd because she said, I think it'll take 7 to 10 days, and we pushed it out beyond that thinking we'd give extra time. But when a week goes by and no progress is made, nothing's going to get done.
Vice Mayor, I apologize, but that was my assumption. I was not correct. I'm sorry.
Okay.
What's the motion on the floor? We need to extend this meeting.
Commissioner Samar, we have a motion, and we have a second from the mayor.
Yes.
What is the motion?
To have a workshop on the 23rd.
To have a workshop on the 23rd.
My last discussion item, I don't think we should wait till we actually have a better time frame on when we're going to have the background checks, because once we get the full packages back, we're going to need more than 2 or 3 days to thoroughly go through those background packages for, what was it?
That was the original motion.
Okay. Let me rephrase the motion. Commissioner Tudor, basically, what is the motion that you're recommending that it should be? I think before this voting.
Well, we already have a motion on the floor, I believe.
Yes.
You do.
Well, then take a vote on it. And somebody else make a new motion.
So the motion is to change the motion.
The motion is to have a meeting on the 23rd, a workshop.
Commissioner Kennedy, with all due respect, when you make motions, nobody's allowed to disagree with you. If you don't agree with somebody else's motion, you make a sarcastic remark. I made a motion.
All I did was laugh. I laughed. It is rather comical, and it's because you got confused again.
Please, gentlemen, this is getting way too disrespectful. I think we owe the residents a commission of adults.
So Dan, I want to ask you a question about this workshop that you want to propose now. What are we going to do? Tell me, just describe to me what's going to happen at that workshop.
We're going to be discussing with the background check that comes back on how many applications we have, and if all the background checks, then we can decide another meeting to.
Can't decide.
See, that's because you don't like the answer, Commissioner Kennedy. That's not approved. I'm keeping with my motion. Just vote it down or whatever. I'm not going to be disrespected by you. Just please.
So it's not disrespectful. I'm making sure you're clear that we can't vote on anything.
Dan, you withdrew the motion?
The motion is to have a workshop on October 23rd regarding the selection of the village manager.
Did you withdraw that, or is that still?
That's still down. You vote it down if you don't want to do it.
Okay.
Mayor Harvey?
No.
Vice Mayor Kennedy?
No.
Commissioner Ross?
No.
Commissioner Samaria?
Yes.
Commissioner Tudor?
No.
I'd like to make a motion, please. I'd like to make a motion that we meet as originally scheduled on the evening of Friday, October 23rd. We have actually scheduled another meeting, by the way, that night already, to discuss the manager applications as a special meeting and hopefully have their background checks there. We can cancel the meeting if we decide to cancel it for some reason, but I want to get it on the calendar. So I make a motion that we call a special meeting for 7 p.m. Friday, October 23rd, to discuss these applicants before we lose them. And if we have background checks, great. And if we don't, we don't.
Second that motion. Condensed version of it.
What version? I'm sorry, Rox, what'd you say?
Condensed.
Condensed version of that motion.
So it says, the motion is to have a special commission meeting on the October 23rd.
Right. there any discussion?
Yep.
Well, let's just take the vote.
Well, I just
Always
think
cancel it.
I'll make a quick point. Once again, as I said the last time, I would prefer to have the background checks in hand, able to review those, and the 23rd is realistically is going to be too soon. I think maybe the following week would be a better time frame, would be more realistic.
If the background,
as well.
could we also agree now that if the background checks aren't here by a certain date, we all agree on a date, that the meeting will be canceled and we'll just hold the other meeting that we agreed to. So we could say, we'll hold the meeting on the 23rd, but if the background checks are not delivered to us by the morning of 12 noon on the 21st, then we'll cancel the meeting.
The motion that I would like would be, I lost my calendar there for a second. We're talking about, I think we should have, if we don't have the applications back by realistically the 20th,
okay,
and we couldn't have a meeting on the 23rd. What we should do is we should have that backup meeting scheduled so that it would be on the 28th or the 29th.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to retract my motion so Will can make that motion. Will, go ahead and make that. I retract my motion. Will, make yours on the 20th and the 23rd. I like that. I can't hear you, Will.
Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, there you are.
Yeah, sometimes I don't know, technology. I make a motion that we schedule a meeting for the 23rd, contingent on the fact that we had the background checks back to the commission by the 20th. Absent that, or if that does not happen, then the meeting will, on the 23rd, will be canceled and will be moved to the, let me see, Wednesday the 28th.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
We take a voice vote?
All in favor? Say
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion's carried.
And,
Make a
and
motion
I want to
that we
make sure everyone's very
extend-
clear.
I make a motion that we extend the meeting for 15 minutes so that we can cover the
I'll
last
second that.
items on the agenda.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right, the next business.
Can we clarify?
No, I'm not going to respond.
Will,
to
it was your motion, so I want to. It was your motion, Will. So I want to clarify the meeting that you just said on the 23rd, alternate date. They're both special meetings. They are not workshops, correct?
No, those will be special meetings.
Very good. Everyone's clear on that now.
Okay, then my vote is no.
So you voted incorrectly again, Dan?
Please, Commissioner Kennedy, will you stop it?
Well, in his defense,
Vice
my
Mayor.
motion did not specifically say special meeting.
That's right, it did not say.
You said meeting. Meeting is not the same as workshop. You said meeting.
But I can see there's a confusion. I'm not going to beat anybody up over.
Can we go to the next
confusion.
item on the agenda? Can we go to the next
Yep,
item?
let's do that.
I'm sorry, can I correct the vote here? 1 minute.
4-1.
So Commissioner Samaria, you're.
Right, 4-1 on that.
Okay.
Okay, policy on interference with police chief position.
Did someone made a motion to extend the meeting?
Yes, we just did. Rox
Commissioner
did,
Ross made a motion.
and Max seconded.
Yeah.
Okay. This is by Commissioner Royce and Commissioner Samaria. Commissioner Royce, do you want to handle that, please?
Yeah, I'll try to be real brief. So we had this discussion several months ago. It came back. I don't want to go into what the original issue was, but thank you, Mr. Dion, for preparing a really good analysis so that we have all of the legal points in one place. And my concern is that this is something that comes up every couple of years. We have a great chief, people want him to stay, and we want this chief to stay, of course. And someone comes up with the idea of offering an employment agreement. It's, as you've pointed out, it really goes against state, county, and the charter laws. So I just want to lay it to rest and have a document that next time somebody says, hey, I got a great idea, someone can go, oh, look at resolution 2020-08, and you'll see why we have a policy and we protect the chief and his position and all employees. And so we don't need to go, around in a circle again.
I think
that we take the great,
it's a very good memorandum.
that's my proposal, that we take the village attorney's memorandum and we adopt it as restating the law and a policy.
I second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Say aye.
Aye.
Can I ask a question first? So in essence, this is, if something were to happen, and it came about at a previous meeting, Ed, before you were our attorney, where the police chief explained to us that there had been actually an incident where he felt like he was being improperly influenced, I guess is the right wording, by an elected official to go after some other residents. I think that's kind of the gist of what he told us. This would not have any way to prevent that from happening. It simply allows for some accountability if it happens on the back end. So it's not going to help it from happening again. It's just going to make someone accountable if they do step over bounds. Correct?
No, it's not going to do anything. You already have the charter provision, the code of ethics, the state laws already in effect. What it's going to take is someone to file a complaint in order to stop that from happening again. Us taking my memo and putting it into policy doesn't accomplish anything. And I think the memo actually says that. You can adopt more laws, but people are still going to break them. And this doesn't have any force or effect other than saying, we like your memo. I'm not trying to be funny, Mac. I'm really not.
No, I understand. It's just when you said it that way, I'm like, okay, it has no teeth. That's what you're saying.
Yeah,
it doesn't give us any extra anything.
It doesn't. Okay. It doesn't. I think
I understand.
The mechanisms are already in place that if something like that happens again, whether it's the person who's being affected or the village manager or one of you files a complaint, and whether it's with the Commission on Ethics, whether with the state attorney's office, the Florida Commission on Ethics, whatever it is, and they proceed under their jurisdiction.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Ed, real quick. Go ahead, Commissioner Ross.
Yeah.
Mr. Dion, I understand your point, and I did read that in the memo. What I'm trying to avoid is 3 years from now, another group of commissioners and some other residents will come up and go, yeah, we really need to have this in place for the chief. And I say that from being here in this position for 10 years and having had the discussion at least 3 times. So, it costs us money, it costs us resources and time. And if there's some place that someone can pull that resolution book off of the internet and go, here it is, why we're doing things the way we do them, then it's going to save in the long run. And it doesn't hurt anything. It's a resolution that doesn't have any teeth, but it's compiled information.
So I'm not sure I understand that. That's different than what I thought we were talking about. What you want is a resolution that says that the commission can't direct the manager to enter into a contract with any of the village employees? No. Because you can't direct her to enter into a contract with the chief.
No.
But isn't that what the question was?
No, I'm not looking to enter into a contract with, I'm looking for the village manager to be the sole authority over all employees other than the village attorney. Yep. Because any other contractual relationship that the commission motivates undermines the manager's authority.
Right.
So I just don't want to have that discussion again, having had it 3 times already in 10 years.
I think we're saying the same thing. We're just saying it different ways. Okay. I think what we're trying to point out is the fact that you can't interfere with the manager's relationship with her employees. You know, you can't direct her or him, as the case may be, you know, to take specific action. You can talk to them about it, certainly, but this commission can't direct the manager to enter into a contract with one of their other employees. So is that what you're looking for in way of a resolution, Mr. Ross?
No, what I'm looking for in a resolution would say, and I just lost it here. Pretty much along the lines of your memo. And you know, when you start a resolution, you say, whereas this authority allows us to do X, Y, Z. So pretty much would follow your memo about the prohibitions and about the misuse of public position, the exploitation of official position, and then tie in how the manager's authority covers all employees. I guess the point is to have that separation delineated between the commission and village employees. With regard to the situation that happened under the prior mayor and the prior manager, the protections I think are already there in state statute. So I don't know that we have to do anything other than what's already there, just to restate it so that we don't go down this path again.
And let me just explain. Let me kind of reiterate what Commissioner Ross is saying, and I'm going to give you a really quick example. We had another municipality. I'm going to name North Bay Village. The mayor wanted the chief out because the chief was investigating the mayor and a couple of the commissioners. They went ahead and they told the manager wouldn't do it. So they fired that manager, found the manager that would fire the chief, fired the chief. The chief wound up suing under the whistleblower protection because it was an active, ongoing criminal investigation, which, by the way, three or 4 months ago just landed one of the commissioners in jail for public corruption. So having said this, he got his job. It's cost the village, North Bay Village, it cost them a ton of money to give him back all the money and the and to pay his attorney's fees and everything else associated with it. On top of that, let me explain something to you that I had to unfortunately go through. I thought I would never have to go through this in my career, especially not here. It's a quiet, beautiful town with amazing residents and actually great leaders. One of the things that, you know, we were specifically pushed on targeting and directing certain things that's not who I am, and I'd rather not be here than do the wrong thing. And what I'm trying to tell you is when you go to ethics, the ethics process, it's basically, you know, tedious, and they'll tell you right away, we have two investigators and the public corruption squad. And by the way, a lot of the people that are here in this screen today were part of the people that were on that list. And they basically said, hey, listen, the only thing we can do is, you know, at the end of the day, probably if it's a charter violation, remove them. And I'm talking about months and months and months and maybe years of this nonsense. Okay, so, you know, at the end of the day, I've always said it. I've been really clear with everybody, and I've been transparent and honest. I'm here because I love to serve, and I have a passion for it. Sometimes I'm a little too passionate, but I think that's what Commissioner Ross is saying. Can't have and I know, unfortunately, the charter it is what it is, but there has to be a mechanism in place where we can't have this occur. The police department has to be autonomous. We have to be able to investigate. We have to be able to do things and not be, and unfortunately what happened was that managers are used and prodded and get caught up in this because they feel that type of pressure, period. That's the end. That's basically what's happening, or what happened.
What's your suggestion, Ed?
I'd like to hear Commissioner Tudor.
Yeah, real quick. I mean, I know it sounds nice to put everything into a resolution. I'm hoping that'll end any further discussions on this down the road, but it won't. A new commissioner will come on and want to do a new resolution. The mechanisms in place to stop the type of behavior is already on the books. And, you know, what I've always told if anybody asks me, and I've told residents this, I've told prior managers this, if a commissioner ever comes up to you and tries to strong arm you, you have to come forward and vocalize it. Otherwise, there's nothing the commission can do. Unfortunately, there's a lot the commission can't do because commissioners are elected positions. We can't remove a commissioner. So even, that'll have to go somewhere else. We can censor a commissioner, but we try to have those into some procedures, and that went nowhere. The commission doesn't want to pursue that. But I think everything is already on the books. I think putting this into a resolution is really, if anything, it doesn't accomplish anything.
Can I respond to that? Will said something that's I have to agree with. It's not going to make it not happen again. I can just totally see, like 3 years from now, 5 commissioners who were never commissioners before and didn't watch this meeting and weren't aware of what happened for the past 20 years, and it'll come up like it's a new idea. I'm sure that happens all the time in local governments, government at every level. I understand the problem, and I don't understand that this is achieving anything towards a solution or a way to make it not happen. So I'm just a little baffled by this. Ed, I read your opinion on this, or response, or whatever you call it, and I read it. I'm like, yeah, I get that. That makes sense to me. So I wish there were something that could be done, because when you hear the chief explain what happened, and he's explained to me in private what went down, and apparently there's an investigation happening at the state level, and we're still waiting for the results of that to come out, and maybe we'll learn more about what really happened someday. But when you hear him say what happened, then it's like, wow, can't we do something about that? But I guess it's already in place, and this. So I'm not sure if we want to pass a resolution. Sure, maybe it should be required reading of every elected official when they come into office. The first thing you have to do is read this resolution. I don't know, other than that, what we'll accomplish by it.
Okay, there's no motion. We can move on to the next thing.
Real quick, I just got to throw this in there. The only thing that would help to keep something like that from happening in the future would be, because the argument for managers have always been, well, they have a majority. If the termination of a charter officer required a supermajority, that's the only way you're going to have anything that could possibly keep that from happening. Because then that would give a manager power to be able to tell a commissioner who says, hey, I got 2 other votes, to say, yeah, but you need a 4th. That's really, unfortunately, that's about the only way.
And that's a charter change, right?
That would be a charter change, Commissioner.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's the way to address things of that nature, is through a change in the charter, clarifying the charter, or doing something like that, rather than a resolution just regurgitating pretty much what I've laid out in our memo. The thing that the chief was talking about, that was a whistleblower complaint. There's a law already on the books for that. I realize it takes a lot of time to go through that stuff. I'm the first one to admit that the judicial process is slower than molasses, but it's the process that we have. And so, whatever the will of the commission is, if you want me to draft something, I'll draft something, but I just don't know that it's going to accomplish what y'all hope it's going to do.
Roxy, you going to make a motion?
No, let's move on to the next thing.
Can I make a motion that we extend the meeting another 15 minutes, Ginny?
Second.
Let's get this done.
Aye.
Yeah.
Aye. What's
Okay,
up
so
next?
we're not going to do anything on that resolution?
No, we have the attorney.
Move the agenda.
Hopefully people will remember it and come back to it next time the idea comes up.
Right, okay. All right. the
What's next?
Is,
FAA, next gen.
Okay, I'll make this really, really quick. I'm sure you all read it. So we've already passed a resolution asking the FAA and to take the flight paths back to pre-next gen patterns. Dave Caserta brought Jason Pizzo and Dottie Joseph to our meeting and asked us to put together an action plan for next steps. I spoke with Dave several times about this. He read this, approved it, wants us to do this to help him out in his efforts. And that is to basically try to drum up support among residents to send in emails with photographs and flight radar app screenshots showing altitudes of planes going over their house. It's all detailed here. I won't go through it. This is an action plan that would instruct the village clerk to, with dates and timelines, to get communications out to the village via email blasts and on the website and next door, instructing them exactly what we need them to do. I would also ask that the commissioners all individually engage with the community to explain to people what it is we're looking for and why it's so important to us. And with a deadline of Friday, December 11th, to get all these testimonials in, that would be a 2-month effort. And then a week after that, the village clerk forwards them all to Dave Caserta so he can move forward with what he wants to do with these things. He's looking for community support. He wants to be able to show them something and say, it's not just it was a resolution first, but now the commission said it, but now residents, look here, look at the pictures, look at the screenshots. This is serious stuff. We got to do something. He did tell me the other day, am I allowed to say something that he told me on the phone, or is that hearsay, Ed? I had a conversation with he feels like there's momentum at the he feels like there's momentum at the county level. So he felt like even more so now, let's get this going here, because he feels like there's a change at the county level, that they either weren't taking it seriously or didn't quite believe it, but they are looking at it more seriously now, particularly with Sally Heyman, our county commissioner. So he feels very encouraged by some things that happened recently in that regard. He also asked Roseanne to attach to the backup a response that you all saw to some questions posed by some community activists, and those are answers that came back from the FAA. Apparently there was a meeting at the county level. Ginny, I'm not sure, maybe you attended that meeting. I was not able to make it, where they're challenging some of these responses, the accuracy of some of these responses, and asking for data to back this up. They felt like maybe they didn't quite get the full picture of what's going on here. So no, Dave asked us to include that in the.
I know Sally Heyman's meeting tonight was, they passed it.
Okay.
I know that.
They passed what?
They passed her resolution on the FAA.
That mirrors our resolution?
No, the one that Sally is sponsoring. Wait a second. Where is that?
Is it asking them to take the flight paths back to pre-next gen?
Let me just see.
That resolution that's attached to the item.
Oh, okay. The resolution attached to the item they passed.
Okay. I thought something
Sally
new.
Heyman's office.
So anyway, I'm proposing this action plan, and the only missing little element in this action plan is that some documents need to be written, the communications to village residents. I, as always, am happy to offer my assistance in that regard. If Roseanne wants help writing the email blast and whatever, I'm happy to help her with that. In the past, just so you guys are all, I'm very transparent about this. I offer, she accepts, I write, I give it to her. She often uses it as is. Sometimes she makes changes. It's all on her. I just give her something to work from. So if she wants that help, she can ask me for it with your approval, and I'm happy to help her with it. So that's what I'm asking. So I'd like.
Do we need a motion on this?
So can we just do this by consensus? This sounds like a consensus thing. That we all agree on this action plan?
Yeah.
This is you're talking about this agenda item, this resolution, right? I mean, this item that you have.
Yes.
Yes. So we can vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's vote on it.
Okay.
Okay, so we agree to
Rox,
that.
you look like you're thinking about, well, I didn't hear
I was
Rox.
just
You look like
reading the
you're thinking.
resolution. I was just reading county's resolution. It's not quite ours. It's more asking and urging FAA to provide certain data.
Data, right.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But it's something. So hopefully.
It's something. It's a step in the right direction.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's a step in the direction. Okay, so so Roseanne, you'll let me know, and if you want help, I'll write that up for you. The dates are all on there, so that's good to go. Now, the only other thing is, and I'm going to ask this, because I communicated with Ed about this week, and Roseanne as well, that Carol Keys, a council person from the city of North Miami, contacted me, knowing that we have a resolution. They have one as well. And she asked if anyone in Biscayne Park could or would contact Miami Shores, the one community here who has not passed such a resolution, and ask if they would pass one in solidarity with the communities around them who have passed resolutions.
Yeah, I'll call the mayor on Miami Shores.
I'm sorry?
I said I'll call the mayor on from Miami Shores.
Would you? Okay, because I don't know anybody there, so that's what I was asking, if it would be appropriate to have someone. And now, Ginny, I was hoping it would be you. So, Ginny, if you would contact them and ask them to pass something in solidarity, that would be wonderful. Okay, that's it.
Okay, that's it. The next was, I'm not going to make my motion since 3 of the new candidates expressed their desires not to wait for a manager, so I'm not doing that. Request for placement of items on the next meeting agenda. That I think that the anti-Semitic resolution is going on for next month. Was there anything else that we were putting over for next month?
Paying off the loan. I think Mac was talking about paying.
Loan, right.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up in the manager's report. Should I wait for that or just do it now?
We'll just bring it to the next agenda. I thought that was
on the next.
Okay, well, Paul sent me a text when he checked out of the meeting, and he said, Mac, I have to get out of the meeting. I won't be there when you discuss it. He said, yes, you guys should do this. But he said it has to be passed by ordinance. So he said, he's indicating get it started here, because it's an ordinance that will require 2 readings, and every month that's going to take a couple of months. Is that correct? Is that required by ordinance? No? Okay.
In as much as we're going to take money. I'm sorry. Didn't want to overstep.
No, go ahead, Commissioner. I don't know. I'd have to look.
Our charter requires an ordinance to borrow money. And I think it even needs a super majority, but I don't think that we would need an ordinance according to the charter to pay off a loan. The only question is if we're dipping into reserves, that's an allocation that hasn't been made. So maybe under the budget rules, statutes, we might need something.
Yeah.
I think we're all familiar with this because we discussed it at the budget hearing, and I think we were all in
Yeah,
agreement.
so, right. So how do we make it happen? Paul indicated it would take a couple of months and to get the ball started. Yeah.
It doesn't sound sensible that you need an ordinance to pay off a loan.
We'll check. Roseanne wants to make a point.
I would like to our village attorney to confirm, but if the commission wants to go to a formal way, a resolution will be sufficient, correct?
I'll have to check.
Okay.
Okay, can I make a motion? I'd like to make a motion that we have the attorney, that if it's permissible, that he draw up a resolution to bring to the next meeting that we could vote on to pay off the loan. And that if it's not, he'll do some investigation. And if it can't be done by resolution, he'll come back and let us know the proper steps to get that done.
Yep.
Okay, I'll second that.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, that's passed. All right,
Okay.
Chief, are you with us? Louis, I don't see you.
Mayor, I can speak.
Well, there you are. You're dark. Put a light on.
Very dark.
Oh.
Commander Wolfschlager wants to speak.
There he is.
Yeah, no, Louis is on. Louis is on. He's going to put lights on
He's
so we
muted.
can see him. Oh, very good, Louis. I believe, yeah, where did he go? He left us. There he is. Okay, Chief. Mac had some questions for you.
Super quick. We don't get reports anymore. But we don't get a manager's report, and the manager's report included the police report, so we're really kind of flying blind on what's going on. That's not a criticism aimed at Roseanne, God knows. But I'm hoping when we get a manager hired, we get that on track and make them even better than they were before. So we don't get the police report that shows the assists to other communities. Now, we just passed another MOU, and I understand why we have them with other police departments. But I'm just curious that is it, I'd like to know, I'd like to be able to see, and I'd like residents to be able to see, since we're, the police department is a huge part of our budget. When we are helping out other municipalities, or they're helping else, the police departments are helping each other out, sort of what we're getting from that. So how often are we responding to them? How often are people responding to us? I'd like to see that quantified somehow. So I didn't want to hold up the MOU tonight by bringing it up then, but I think it's worth taking a look at and sort of seeing what that really does for us, what it costs us in manpower and time and all of that, and how we benefit. So I'm hoping that's why it's a comment more than anything else. And I'm hoping that in the future we'd get more clarity on that. Because we used to get that one kind of general thing, assist to other agencies or communities or something, but we didn't really know what it was and how many people were gone and for how long and when they came in and helped us do things. So we only saw it outbound. We never saw any inbound.
Okay, like you said, we'll keep it really quick. So it's the memos of understanding, which are interlocals among police departments. This occurs both on a local, state, and federal level. So it happens in every department throughout the United States. So having said that, so you have an understanding what currently we provide a lot of support to places like North Miami, El Portal, and other agencies. Just the other day, North Miami had a double shooting at a restaurant where several people were shot, and they needed us to assist them. But at the same time, let me explain to you what we get back. I have an excellent relationship with the chief in North Miami, and when we have a burglary or anything of significance important, they provide us their ID unit, their crime scene techs. They provide officers when we have large perimeters. Just like the county, I don't know if some of you have seen it, but the county narcotics unit does a lot of work, not only within the village when needed, but towards the tracks and other areas. And they use the village as a staging area. So the relationships that I have been able to build, like right now he just retired, a Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement individual, highly respected. He wants to come to the village and join a part of our reserves. So we have really come around with these relationships that we've built. And I think, we're being, the DUI, I'll be one more second. The DUI stuff that we did the other day and the traffic enforcement, that's all part of agreements that we have. If not, we couldn't leave the 0.8 miles that we covered, So
I understand the benefit of these things. I hope at some point we could sort of see more transparency there so residents could see what's going on. That's kind of my comment, that's all.
Okay.
Are there any other reports from manager or attorney?
Mayor, if I can add just one little thing, Vice Mayor, those kind of engagement with the other agents, I just want to point out, not always involve costs, like money, exchange.
I understand.
It's just
I understand.
the only one that involves payments are the ones that we use for the
Medley.
medley for the fire.
Yeah, I understand. The other ones is just kind of sharing manpower.
And
Okay.
this is-
Hey, and Chief, I would be remiss if I didn't just say that I get comments on a very regular basis about the possibility of opening the fields at the rec center, if not the facilities. That I am bombarded by requests from residents who don't understand why the fields at least can't be open, if not the building itself and the facilities over there, the tot lot and the playgrounds. No one's even, I don't think anyone's ever asked me why they're not open, but just why people can't go on the fields and play with their kids. I get that a lot when I'm out and about.
And I understand, and I sympathize with the residents. I want to make it very, very clear that the last thing that I enjoy doing is not reopening that park, that field, the recreation center. But at the end of the day, you know, if we're all looking at the numbers, and if you saw the report that I sent you from Dr. Fauci, he says that Florida, in the manner they've approached this, is one of the states he fears are going to be doomed. I'm waiting to observe the numbers in the next week or two, and if they stay steady and low, then I'm my goal was, and I've been very clear. I've been transparent, is to open it up either before November 1st or during November 1st if the numbers stay low. But I cannot jeopardize, the residents overall.
Okay. I'm sure a lot of people who are watching now or will watch this tape will appreciate hearing you say it that way. So thank you for addressing that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there any other business to discuss?
Comment if I may,
Are we going to see
Mayor?
a construction ordinance, Ed? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Construction ordinance has been shared with the building official for his comments. Then it goes to the planning board for its recommendation, and then we'll put it on for first reading.
Do you think we'll see that in November? Possible?
I don't know when we're going to get the building official's comments, if any. So it's kind of, kind of a step by step.
Gotcha.
So then it's got to go on. It's got to go on planning board, and so I don't know when they're meeting in November, but so it's probably more likely first reading in December.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay. Anybody want to do a motion? Commissioner?
One comment I'd like to, before we close up real quick, and one comment, one request. Thank you very much for passing the recognition of Florida City Week under the consent agenda, so we didn't have to talk about that. But I was remiss in not mentioning that the Florida League of Mayors, in association with the Florida City Week, has an essay contest that they're doing for kids 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. I have some literature on it, and I'd like to, with your consent, with everyone's agreement, work with Roseanne to put it on our website and to solicit kids to get involved and have more exposure to municipalities and civic government. It's something that's been lacking in our curriculums lately. So may I have your approval to do that?
I don't see why not. Everybody agree?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. And then my last comment is that we have an election, everybody. Vote. Vote by mail. It's already started early. Make a plan.
It's late for most of us, probably.
Make a plan and vote.
Yep.
Okay, we'll take a motion. to
Okay.
adjourn.
I make a motion to.
I'll make a motion that the commissioners all promote the Halloween awards among the residents because it's going to be so fun, and that we adjourn this meeting.
Second the meeting. All in favor, say aye.
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 Are there any opposed?
I don't think so.
Have a good night.
Unanimous that time. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Don't forget the debate tomorrow.
Can't forget that.